Your own course platform with a CMS, a universal application that works on web, on mobile? That's what you're gonna learn in this clone. What's up, React Native friends, and welcome to another big video on this channel. Today we will build a learning management system, an LMS, with a CMS from Strapi and a native application built with Expo and React Native. But it doesn't stop there. The native app is actually going to be a universal application. So we will have an iOS app, an Android app, and even a working web version of our application. That means this clone contains a lot of cool concepts that will be applicable to the web as well. So we will use NativeWind, we will use Expo Router, we're gonna have a draw layout, we're gonna have Clerk for authentication, we're gonna have RevenueCat. That actually also works with Stripe on the web to purchase courses, and we of course gonna have Strapi as the headless CMS for all of this in our application. So expect a lot of cool use cases in this application, especially if you're interested in universal apps. I highly recommend you check out all the code linked below this video on GitHub to both the Expo application as well as the LMS API, which is the Strapi API. You can clone that, run it locally, and then bring it into Strapi Cloud. And speaking of that, let's talk about the three sponsors of today's video. The first sponsor is Strapi. You can check them out, use the links below this video so they know I've sent you. Strapi is our CMS, our headless backend for this build, and it is an incredible backend that you can use, especially if you want to deliver any kind of content and offer an API, because you're gonna see along this video how easy it is to configure content types and collections in Strapi, how we can set up roles, user permissions, and then how we can still treat it besides the CMS functionality, which includes stuff like publishing or unpublishing draft state, but also as a regular backend where we can track the progress of users as they go along the courses in our LMS. On top of that, Strapi also offers cloud hosting, so you can easily bring your Strapi app to the cloud. They have a great marketplace of plugins, so you can easily extend everything that you build locally with cool plugins from their ecosystem. I highly enjoyed the Strapi stack, and you can not only use it with Expo, you can of course also use it with Next.js or Angular, because it just offers an API for your content, and you're gonna see how easy it is to use Strapi. Second sponsor, as always, is Clerk, my favorite way of managing users in your application. Clerk is the most comprehensive user management platform, at least that's what the headline says. In my case, I think that's really true. We're gonna see how to use it and especially combine it with different services today. So we will have our main Clerk user, and they will be used in Strapi to reference users as well as in RevenueCat, so you can always make references between progress of users, purchases of users, and tie that back to that one user account in Clerk. On top of that, we're gonna take a look at a pretty neat new feature that's called Waitlist mode. So keep watching until the end to see that new waitlist. The third sponsor is RevenueCat, my personal choice for all my own applications in terms of in-app purchases and subscription. Nothing comes close to what RevenueCat offers. It is just incredibly easy to work with RevenueCat and the API, and in this video we're gonna see that it's not only easy with iOS and Android, but that you can now also use the Stripe web billing SDK to set all of this up for the web, which is perfect for our universal application. You're gonna see with minimal effort, we're gonna be able to target all these platforms, make purchases, and even use Stripe on the web. Really, it is an incredible service. Go check out RevenueCat, use the links below this video, or tell them I've sent you. You can get started completely for free until you make enough money to actually pay them some money. Before we dive into the code, let's take a quick look at the chapters of this course and what you can expect from this project. So in the first part, we're gonna talk about how you can set up Expo pre-build. We will install all the required dependencies to NativeWind and all the things that we need initially to then have our own dev client running on our simulator, iOS or Android, and also the web. In part 2, we will then set up our Strapi backend locally. You can use my GitHub repository to clone this, and I will also show you how you can bring in some initial data. So your app contains some media. We're going to talk about the content library and how you can build different out content types and how you can fill them in your application and just navigate around in your own Strapi instance. In the third part, we will talk about setting up Clerk, which means wrapping Clerk around our application, getting the right keys, and also setting up the right dependencies so Clerk works on both web and native. In part 4, we will then build this UI, which is our login. We will be able to continue with Google or continue with Apple, and users can sign into our application to create an account. In part 5, we have to dive deeper into how we protect our application, because after the login, we're gonna have an inside area, and we need ways to make sure that users can't access those pages neither on native nor directly on the web. In part 6, we will talk about how we can make our layout more adaptive for the web. So instead of having a tab bar like we do on native, we actually want to have our own header bar on the web with a custom layout. In part 7, we will talk about loading data from Strapi, especially one specific content type, which is a rich text block. And because there's a cool Strapi blocks renderer package that apparently only works on React Web, we will work with Expo DOM components. So everything you see here is actually a web view rendering in our React Native app, but working perfectly and seamlessly in our mobile app. Part 8 means we continue with our courses. So we will build out the course library. We will talk about 10-stack getting data from Strapi into our application and how we can just style these things in our application and always at the same time build adequate layouts for the web as well. Part 9 is about the course overview page, which is this nice little form sheet in which we once again use one of the Expo DOM components to display content, but also have this nice little parallax effect going on at the top using Reanimated. In part 9, we talk about how we can make this action more secure, because we don't want users all the time to directly write to our Strapi backend, and instead we will set up an Expo API route which offers more security and makes it really easy to hide certain features and actually use server-side environments like an admin token in an API route right in our Expo project. In part 11, we will integrate RevenueCat into our application. I will walk you through everything you need to know about RevenueCat, the product, the entitlements, the offerings that you can set up in the dashboard, and then we will connect it to our app so users will be able to purchase one of these courses which is marked as premium, and then it will get added to the user's library. In part 12, we will then extend that functionality from RevenueCat to also use RevenueCat web billing. This means we will connect to a Stripe instance, set up a project and set up a product in actually RevenueCat and display this in our web version of the Expo application. And you're gonna see it works with just minimal changes to our project. In part 13, we go then back to the actual users' content. So we will be able to render the courses of users, we will be able to display content and also create this inside navigation with a drawer menu. In part 14, we will then build this out. So that means we're gonna customize our drawer content so it's not just the default React navigation drawer, but instead actually holds these dynamic lesson lists that we can use. We can navigate back to our own page and just make sure that it works flawless in our routing. In part 15, we will then once again create this course overview page with a parallax header, bring in an Expo DOM component, and also implement the lessons which allow to present a video on this page and show some content, which is, by the way, again, an Expo DOM component. In part 16, we get fancy as we implement the Clerk waitlist feature in our application. So we will be able to show this cool waitlist screen. It actually also works on mobile, but I think it's more important on the web, and people can simply join a waitlist without actually signing up yet, which is an incredible feature for every maker out there. In part 17, we will take our local Strapi instance and deploy it to Strapi Cloud. I will show you how easy it is to connect your application to the cloud version of Strapi, how you can deploy it, and then also how you can seamlessly transfer your data from your local Strapi backend to the cloud with just one command. In part 18, we will then also build out our Expo project for the web using EAS Hosting and actually deploy the web version through EAS Hosting. So our app will actually be available to everyone, not just locally. And we're going to talk about what this means to our API route, to the origins of our application, and just how you can seamlessly integrate this into the build workflow of your app. So if you're now excited about the build, make sure you grab the 2 repositories linked below, sign up for the services that we use, Clerk, RevenueCat, and Strapi, create your accounts completely for free on all those 3 platforms, and I hope you're gonna enjoy our next big build. All right, let's start the fun by using either bun or npm, it doesn't really matter. I use bunx create expo LMS to create my Expo project. You can use also npx create expo app Again, it doesn't matter. Now, first of all, we want to set up our project with everything we need. So that means we want to install NativeWind, which is used for our styling, and we want to make a pre-build. So we're free to use any library with Expo in case you didn't know. I just like to put this in the beginning because then we can just iterate from there on. So to get started, we need to install a couple of things for NativeWind. Let's get this one here. We can actually use bun as well. So that should install NativeWind. It should install Tailwind CSS at version 3. It's currently not using version 4, Reanimated and React Native Safe Area Context. Additionally, we now need to create two files in our project called the Metro config and the Babel config. And we can do this by running bunx, and once again, I say this last time, you can also use npx all the time if you're using npm, and the rest would be expo customize metro config, and also the same for the Babel config. Okay, good. With that in place, we also need to add Tailwind. So we need to run Tailwind CSS init in our project. So let's do this, bunx Tailwind CSS init, and that should generate a new Tailwind config file. In that Tailwind config file, it's not perfect because we still need to supply the right path to the different folders. So let's replace this. This would now look in the app folder for any kind of JavaScript TSX files. However, I also want to add the components folder because most likely you want to have a top level components folder, and in there we should do the same things. Additionally, let's talk about the Babel config and the Metro config. Is there something here? Oh yeah, we also need a global CSS file. So let's just do this at the top level, global.css, and add the required Tailwind imports. And then we got the Babel presets. So everything is really nicely aligned at this point inside the documentation. You can really just copy paste this, modify your Metro config. Bring this into the Metro config. So there's a bit going on, doesn't really matter too much. And so we should have this. And finally, we should add a little block. Yeah, we should of course import our global CSS file in our app.js or in our layout. However, we currently already have this default layout. I want to get rid of this so we can start with a fresh setup. So I will run bun run reset project. There's a script called reset project in your package.json, and with this command you can get rid of the initial stuff, and then we can just place our import here, but usually I would like to use add global CSS in there. Cool. That's for the import. Now we should already have that in place. I additionally want to add this for TypeScript, so we want to create a NativeWind env.d.ts at the root of our project. I think I actually have that file somewhere lying around. Here we go, NativeWind env.d.ts, reference types, and then we'll just make it a bit easier. Okay, I think we got most of the stuff. Let's add a couple of colors. You can actually define your own theme inside the Tailwind config, just like you're used to from Tailwind. Or what I also found is pretty funny, you could also define your CSS variables in your global CSS here. So I could put in something like this, a couple of colors. And if I now go into my Tailwind config, I can use them here to extend my theme, to add a block for the colors. And now if I want to use dark, I could just reference that variable, because that makes it a bit easier to reference that stuff later in your code as well. So now it will take those colors from my global CSS, and we should be able to apply them throughout our application. Good. As I said, we also want to make a pre-build. So let's do this now. The command for this would be bunx expo pre-build, but what I want to do before is I also want to install the dev client. So let's do this, bunx expo install the expo dev client. This will just give us a bit nicer UI for our the app, and then we can follow this up with bunx pre-build This will generate the native iOS and Android folders. I can show you what the Expo Dev client is doing once we launch our application. Now, why is Simon not using Expo Go? Well, the Expo Go app is pretty cool to like show something initially, get a quick feedback, connect it to something like bolt.new, and just get a preview of your app. However, along this build, we're going to use different libraries, and they might not be compatible and included in the Expo Go SDK. So therefore, we do a pre-build, and now we follow this up with bun expo or bunx expo run. I will go for iOS for the moment. You can also easily do Android, it doesn't matter. But if you're on Windows, you can't build for iOS. You need to be on a Mac to run your Expo app directly as a pre-build inside your iOS. Where is my iOS simulator? Here we go. Inside your iOS simulator. You can't do this on Windows. You can use EAS and generate a pre-build and install that on a device, but as we update this a couple of times, that's gonna be quite challenging. So in that case, if you're on Windows, you probably wanna stick to Android, which by the way, isn't a problem in the first place anyway. Good. This might take a minute. Let's quickly look at this. I also want to highlight that I'm using Cursor as my IDE, and I've now used the new Cursor rules directory. So I've created an MDC file here for Expo. I'm still working on this, like the best practices for Expo. I also have a rule for NativeWind. I don't know how important that stuff is. In the past, I already said that I'm using the Cursor rules file. This MDC setup is now the preferred way of Cursor, and the Cursor rules file will be deprecated in the future. So if you're using AI code generation, then I highly recommend you at least keep an eye on the news and what's going on with your editor. If you're using VS Code and Copilot, it might be different, or if you're using Windsurf or any of the other tools. But usually it's a good idea to give AI and the completions some sort of context about what's going on in your project. And to wrap this up, there's a nice page called Cursor Directory as well, in which you can easily find different rules. So I took mine from the Expo rules here, but you can now also let them generate based on your application, on your package.json or your requirements file, whatever. This is pretty cool. So check it out, Cursor Directory, which you can, by the way, also add to VS Code. So I can also run something like, what is it? Cursor rules, search and add rules. And I could directly search for those in here, and I could use Expo, and I would directly download those rules. I'm still waiting for Expo to create actually a nice implementation of these rules. Maybe at this point it's already around, so check out the Expo blog. But nonetheless, let's wait until our pre-build is on the device. All right, so our app is coming up, open in LMS. We're gonna do this, and this should nicely open up our application. It should hopefully run with hot reload here, and this is the cool thing we get from using the Expo Dev client. We got nice little reload, we can go home, and we see this debugging view, which looks a lot nicer. So you can toggle this with Command-Shift. What was it? Okay, just quickly look this up for you, all the different ways. So just press pause, select the one you're using, iOS device simulator, Android device simulator, or even you can toggle this from the command line by pressing M to bring up that menu. It doesn't matter. Now, let's try if we actually got this to work correctly. So on this page, I could also just do create a simple view with NativeWind. So this is just for trying things out. I don't want to code something, so let's just do AI take over this. We could have probably done this a bit faster by just giving it a short prompt in here. But what you should see is that if you include your NativeWind, if we have the global CSS referenced in our layout at the top layout, this should just work. So if I apply this, we should see welcome to my NativeWind app. And additionally, we see that we can now use class names instead of the styling. So if I remove something like this here, we would have it more at the top. And we should also be able to use the different colors that we defined as our variables. So if I have my text here, let's try and use text primary instead. Let's see. Our primary color is referenced here, so that should be sort of blue. We should also be able to get text secondary. We should pretty much get all of that to work. Yeah, okay. Now it works. We see yellow. We probably, yeah, that was an issue with the refresh. But you see, we can now use text primary, dark, light, or whatever we got defined up here as CSS variables in our global CSS. So that means you can also do a bunch of CSS in here if we want to, and we will also later embrace that and use that. But for the moment, let's quickly recap. We have set up our application. The Expo app is running. It's running as a pre-build on our device. Android, iOS, doesn't matter. And we also have NativeWind installed for our styling. So nothing can stop us from having fun with this project. All right, before we venture deeper into our React Native application, let's take a step back and set up the backend for this build, which is this time Strapi. So Strapi built modern website with the most customizable headless CMS. And I think I've used this like 3 years ago already on a stream with Angular, and I was really surprised how easy most of the features with Strapi work. So there are things like a content builder. You can just with the UI nicely define all the types of your collection. You can set different properties. You can sync data now between a local environment and Strapi Cloud. So we're going to talk later at the end of this video about how we can take our local Strapi page or backend to a cloud-hosted Strapi version. So there's really a lot you can do, and probably we could do like a 5-hour videos alone on all the things you can do, because what you're gonna do is you're gonna actually develop this locally. So let's do this and start this by running bunix create Strapi app at latest. I'm gonna call mine LMS API, and I will use TypeScript. So I will follow this up with -- TypeScript. Again, if you want to use npx, however, I wanna use it like this. We can't find any Strapi config, create a free account. For the moment, I will just skip this. Do you want to use the default database? Sure, I'm fine with that. Start with a single. I actually don't want to have any data. Yeah, we can install dependencies, initialize the GitHub repository. I will actually not do it because there is already a GitHub repository linked below this video. So the one here, LMS React Native, is for our apps code. You should definitely check that out, but you should also check out the LMS API. This is the one that also holds a backup file of the data. So this is going to be important if you want to follow along exactly with what we do, because we're building sort of a little yoga studio LMS where we have courses, and therefore this backup will have the course structure for our application. However, you don't need to. You can also just add a bit of your own data into your local Strapi environment, and that's fine. Now, again, the cool thing is that we can then, I should have probably installed the dependencies with bun, I just realized. That would probably have been a bit faster. That you can run all of this locally. So Strapi Cloud is cool, and we can sync at any point to it later, but for the moment we don't have to. You can dive also into the docs. And the thing I really liked about this was the REST API especially. I mean, there are tons of things like the whole plugin system, the content management features of Strapi, which makes it really a great choice for building sort of an LMS, because people, teachers, even non-technical people can easily use the UI to insert courses, insert pictures, upload files, just structure a course or anything. And you as a developer can then use the SDK. You can use the REST API. You can also use the GraphQL API if you want to. However, we're going to stick to the REST API for most of our application, because that's going to be enough. Now this is ready, so I will do cursor LMS API to bring up the project. And we're going to just dive into this and try to locally serve this. So let's do this 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna close this one, and then we can just run, in my case, bun run develop. That should instantly bring up our Strapi application. So you can check out the different scripts as well in your package.json. However, I don't think we really have one. You're gonna be greeted by a welcome. So I'll be Simon G. Simon at galaxies.dev. Right, so let's get started. Here we go. 3 steps to get started. Build the content structure. What would you like to share with the world and see your content in action? So just looking around, we're now the admin of our platform. There's no content in the content manager. The media library is mostly empty, and the content type builder contains an initial user object, which is pretty nice, a good place to get started. With deploy, we can deploy to Strapi Cloud. We can also push our project to GitHub, and there's also a marketplace of extensions, plugins that you can install. However, for the moment, we don't really need that. We might later come back here to the settings if we need to change user permission and roles especially. Because we will also combine this with Clerk. So we're going to use the Clerk user management and authentication features, because that's a cool way to manage our users, and I've used Clerk in all my other builds as well, and I wanted to keep doing that to show you how it's possible between different services. So what we're going to do is when a user signs up in our application, user will go through the Clerk authentication, but then as sort of a reference, we want to make sure that our Strapi users also exist and also have an additional field for a Clerk ID. And this is the first time where we could probably dive a bit into that code here. So to allow this, we can dive into our config under plugins and add a simple block for user permissions. All right. And under user permissions, what we want to add is a config. And then we want to register a new field. So we don't need to bring that in. And what we want to register is we want to say allowed fields. Okay. Is that fine? Is TypeScript fine with that? Or did I make a mistake somewhere? Yeah, I forgot one closing bracket. So for user permissions, we want to allow that one additional field for the user is allowed, and that will be the Clerk ID. This, by the way, will automatically shut down your local instance and then hopefully bring it back up. So, okay, yeah, this is our admin user. We got our roles here, but we're gonna probably later have to work a bit with these permissions. I mean, for the moment, we don't have a user yet, but what we want is we definitely want to add a new field. So to our user content type, we could now easily add a text field. We could also call this one Clerk ID. It's gonna be a short text, and boom, we got it. So we can just hit save in here. And is this also described here? I'm just wondering, did I describe this well for you? Yeah, sort of. So we have the course. This is how the courses should look like. So we could now, as I said, go ahead and do all of this manually. Maybe we're gonna do this for one type here. So let's maybe add a course, create a new collection type. So a collection is like a list, or a collection is a collection. You know what I mean. Display name, course, and we have plural and singular. So this will be our collection, and then you can add text. So you could go ahead, you could say, okay, a course has a title. A course also might have something like a rich text block. So that could be the description. Then a course has other things like a Boolean. Is there a Boolean? Yeah, like is this a premium course? And just like this, you keep building up your content type. Then you could do this for other content types as well. You hit save, this will restart your Strapi server, and then it should appear right here. And once you got this, you can access it through the content manager. You can create new entries. So this could now actually be a rich text, and we're gonna have rich text definitely in our application. You can save this first as a draft, and then you can also test this with the API. So you can create an API token under API tokens. We actually don't have to do this as I will change a bit about the roles and permissions later. So we will be able to get our data. Of course, if you want to make this most secure, you're gonna make sure that no user, just standard app user, can do things on your Strapi instance that the user should not be allowed. And you could nicely combine this with Expo API routes as well, because they run in a server-side environment. So there you could use the full access token, pretty much like proxy all the important calls through your Expo API routes. We're gonna actually do this in the end for one of our calls. However, for the moment, as we don't want to set up like everything manually in our application, what you can do is you can grab this backup file, and if you want to, you can also just clone my repository here. It has no big changes, only the one I think I made here as well. So if you look under plugins, we're gonna see this one here as well. And we wanna try and bring in that backup file. So back in our project, I will just close this down. And there's a command that I actually found in one of the videos from Paul. So Paul's working at Strapi, and he has a great video on getting started with Strapi Cloud, how to back up your data. It shows exactly how to go like in every direction, from local to cloud, to local backup, to cloud to local. And there are pretty nice scripts that you can use. So the one we're gonna use is, I think, Banix Strapi import dash file. So maybe I should place that file here, or let's see, where do I got my file? Maybe I'll just put it here. So then we got backup tar. Let's see, I have no idea. This will delete your existing data. Are you sure you want to proceed? Yeah, I'm absolutely sure. There might now be a mismatch. So this is usually coming up when you do this. There's difference in your schema, so the schema of our content types and the destination and the data listed will be lost. Are you sure you want to continue? Yeah, absolutely, because otherwise the whole stuff won't work. Now, if I now run my run and develop again, let's see, it's loading, it started successfully. So let's give this another shot. And here we go. So this should be me locally, and voila. We got content, we got a course, we got no users. That's actually good news. We even got some dummy files in here. So hopefully this is exactly what you see in your application as well. What happened in the background? Well, Simon configured a couple of things. So I configured a content type course, which has a title, a description, and a premium flag. Then we have the user with all these things, and also the clerk ID. Additionally, I thought I had configured a single type as well, so maybe we're gonna have to look into that one again, but no big deal. And under settings, let's quickly check. We still have the roles here, so we have a public app user. Users can find courses. Yeah, that looks pretty good in what I wanted to do. However, I just noticed that there's a little mismatch here. Okay, so there was a tiny flaw in my thinking. The problem is that the content types are actually not imported with the backup. It's only about the data. That one's on me. So the reason is simple, because all the content types you build up here are actually tied to your project, to the actual code. So if I now go into the project that I used to build up this structure, you're gonna notice that under source API, I do have course, home, lesson, progress, all of these things that I configured for our application. And they are of course not imported simply into a new project. So what you can do to get all of this, it's pretty easy. Just clone my repository, just clone the LMS API, and then use the backup to import the data with the Strapi command. That will make sure you have all the right types. So checking this out, we have the progress, home, course, and all the things, and you also get the data that I wanted to show you. So now with all of that in place, I can now see that under lessons, I have 10 lessons, I have the 2 courses, there's no progress yet, and hopefully no user. Maybe there's a user course, but you can get rid of that. And you should also see a single type, which is a bit different from a collection. This is just a one type that we want to use to display like the initial page of our app. Think of it like the home page or the blog page for your app. So make sure you clone the repository and import the data, set up your user, and then you should have a Strapi instance like this. You should see the content, and again, we can talk about going live or going to cloud later. For the moment, there's one more thing I wanted you to do. So also, of course, check out the LMS React Native repository, because in there we're gonna have some providers, and especially the Strapi provider. So this one is just a wrapper I've built around pretty much every endpoint of our API. And I think it's gonna be quite boring video if we just talk about that stuff. So copy that over and generate your own provider. You can do this, new file, folder providers, Strapi provider.tsx, and paste it all in. This will likely throw a little issue because there are some packages we haven't installed yet. We can do this in a second. So what we need here is 10-stack, my favorite way to work, of course, with APIs. So let's kill our live reload for the moment and add the 10-stack React Query plugin, and as well the dev plugins React Query. This is pretty nice. It's an Expo dev plugin that you can use to better debug your application. And the second import comes from Clerk Expo. This is already foreshadowing what we want to do with Clerk. So probably that should take us to the next lesson. So for the moment, make sure you have your API up and running at localhost, something we, by the way, should configure this as well in our local project. Where's our app? Here we go. Let's put in a little .env, Expo public Strapi URI, API URL. This will be localhost for the moment. And on our providers, we have the provider taken from here. So again, this provider should only provide us with the relevant stuff. If we check through this, it's creating a user, is getting the courses. It is about a bit of data transformation here and there. So sometimes we need to map like the image to use a local URL. We might get into this later. It includes some filtering, so we will talk about that later once we use these calls one by one. But besides that, really, most of these are straightforward API calls with something like a query invalidate regarding 10-stack query to like make refreshing data in our app easier. However, we're gonna talk about the calls once we get to them. For the moment, just make sure you got this. Types interfaces. Oh, there's another file we should probably add. Yeah, that's gonna be boring as well. So let's create a types interfaces.ts file, and as well check that out. Oh, come on, it's always bringing me the wrong view. Types interfaces. Here we go. Let's get all the content into this. This is using one more thing, the blocks content. Maybe we're gonna comment that out so it works. So now we have also a couple of types. I figured them out somehow based on JSON responses and the tools inside Cursor. And now the only thing that's throwing an issue is Clerk, and we're also not using the Strapi provider. But that's for the next part, so let's continue with user authentication and our login now. As you might know from my previous clones, Clerk is my favorite way of doing user authentication for any kind of React or React Native application. It's the most comprehensive user management platform, and I've worked now with Clerk for a long time, so I've seen a couple of cool things being added to Clerk, and it just keeps getting better. In this video, we will once again integrate Clerk authentication, and at the end we will also talk about a new feature called Waitlist, which is pretty cool for builders like me. But to get started, simply sign up, create an account for free, and then let's do a new application. So I will call this LMS video. We're gonna use Google. I think we won't use email today. I don't know, we can keep it in there. You can always change this later on. And as we're using Expo and React Native, we're gonna use a specific flow for our application anyway. Now, there are a couple of things we should install, and if you check out the Expo guide, you will be guided through the different steps. So first we want to install Clerk Expo and want to have the Clerk types. I think I don't have that command yet. Let's see. So I want to install Clerk Expo. Actually also want Clerk React. We will later use this, and I want to add Expo Secure Store because that's a good way to store the JWT from Clerk in a more secure way. So now let's also follow this up with bun install clerk types as presented in the docs. And then we want to put this little snippet here that you should see in your own application as well in our env file. As always, the Expo public clerk publishable key. That word is harder than most of it. Okay. So we can now do exactly what you can see in this setup. So we could probably even copy the whole file. We're not really doing anything in our layout yet, right? So why not do that? So let's copy this over to our application. Let's go into the top layout file. Really, there's only a stack definition in here. I don't want to destroy anything. So I want to still have my stack. I want this stuff. Well, we can probably get rid of this. Okay, let's do this. Let's do a little change here. Also, did we install 10-stack query? I think we did. So let's do a bit of configuration in here as well now. We got clerk. I want to add one thing. So I found this before. This is pretty nice to ignore some logs that clerk has been loaded with development keys, and I always like to use that. Now, additionally, we want to use the token cache. I think there should be a snippet, so Expo Secure Store, and then we have the cache right here. This will make it a bit easier. Let's do this under a folder utils. So let's do utils slash, oh, that worked pretty nice. New file utils slash cache.ts, and this is our token cache. Pretty much simple implementation. If available, it will use Expo Secure Store on a platform. If not, then not. Okay, now we can pass all of those things to the clerk provider in our top layout. So we have the publishable key getting from our process env. We have the token cache. Token cache comes from our utils cache, and then we have clerk loaded around the rest of our application. As I said, I would also like to, by the way, I saw that Evan added React Native Reanimated at the top. I'm not 100% sure if we need this, but if Evan is doing it, I feel like I should do it as well. So I will put it up here as well. After the clerk provider or before, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna also place a gesture handler root view. This is going to be important as we will later implement a drawer menu, and this will help us to recognize gestures. Now, next to I will call this const root layout nav, and then at the bottom export default root layout nav. I also want to set up my initial layout. And in here, we're gonna do slightly different things. So in here, I want to return my stack. Okay, just like this. For the moment, this will only consist of one file probably, which is the index. So we will have to talk about building the login experience in a minute. But what we got here is a nice setup. Let's replace this here with initial layout. Then I would also like to, at this point, introduce two more things. So first of all, we want to have the query client. Let's do it somewhere beyond this. Okay, so let's say const query client equals new query client. This is now for 10-stack query. We can specify a couple of things in here if you want to. So default options, you can say queries, and then, for example, set the stale time of our queries to something like 60 times 60. That should be a minute. Or actually, this should be 60 minutes. Is it now an hour? I think this should be an hour. Then we can wrap this around our application again. Gonna put this here. Query client provider comes from React 10-stack React query. So you see, our layout is getting bigger and bigger as we speak. Additionally, do we want to have a specific font loaded? I actually don't feel like we need to, but I would like to bring in my React Query dev tools at least. So you can use them from dev plugins React Query, and in my initial layout, I will now call the hook use React Query dev tools. That will make it easier later to bring this in. Okay, we could also keep our splash screen open if we want to. So if you want to do this, you can say splash screen prevent auto hate sync. And then you can do something like you can load a custom font, for example. So this is always the example you're going to see in the default Expo applications. You can use the use fonts hook, okay, from Expo font. This will load something, and I will also check our state here using use auth from the Expo Clerk package. Now in a use effect block, you can then check if we're loaded. So as a dependencies array, we want to add loaded and is loaded. So if one of those values changes, if one of those values changes, use effect will be triggered again. If at some point we are loaded and clerk is loaded, we can then hide our splash screen. If or until that's not the case, let's just simply return a loading indicator. We will actually also later add a bit about authentication in here, but for the moment, this should be enough. So then we have all of this, and one last thing we need is the Strapi provider. So this is the one we added in the previous section. Okay, so now with all of that in place, I think we're fine. We don't really need to go, or we don't really need to configure anything else. Right now, there should be no users in here, but we're gonna change that soon. So after installing and updating all of these things, it's of course time to do another run. Do we need another pre-build? I don't think so. So we should be fine with bun expo run iOS. This will anyway install all the missing dependencies, the Cocoa pods that we added. Let's quickly check out the app.json if there's anything that needs to be updated right now. But from what I've seen so far, we have the Expo router, we have the splash screen, we have the type routes enabled. I think we should be pretty fine with this setup. So now this can come up and build a new app. And once our application shows up, we can then continue with building out the login page. Now, I actually wouldn't be surprised if your application still stays completely white, because there seems to be a change with Clerk that happened between my last two versions. And I just noticed this because I opened the debugging tools and I saw this here. So the error was along the lines of native API disabled. The native API is disabled for this instance. Visit the Clerk dashboard to enable it. So let's do this. Let's go to our Clerk dashboard, and here under native applications, under developers of your instance, you now have to enable the native API for iOS and Android. That wasn't required before, but I think this is a change because we will soon have native authentication on iOS and Android as well. And this will be helpful for it. However, just toggling this should be enough and your application shows up. So the problem was basically that the splash screen was never hidden and therefore we couldn't see our app. Now we see our app and we can continue with our index page. In fact, we're gonna restructure this a tiny bit here. So my index page will actually just be a redirect to the login page. So let's do a new file, login.tsx. And once we now start working on this, we will also always have to consider that we actually also want to target the web with our application. So we're gonna try to do this hand in hand. That might be a bit complicated from time to time. However, I will bring in the web view every now and then to just check in what's going on. Okay, so a couple of things to keep open: the dashboard in Clerk. We also want to check out our users in our local Strapi environment. And I already added now my redirect to the index. So this just returns a redirect to login. This will make it a bit easier to set up our app routing and protecting our pages later. Now, we can get started on this page and call it page whatever you want. And then we get into the view. So as we use Tailwind, we're gonna say flex 1. We're gonna set the background to a super dark color. So I'm actually, maybe we're gonna use dark. We might get a problem with dark. So let's wait a second. let's see if I go here. Okay, that gives me already a nice dark background. That's good. We should probably get rid of the header. So on my login, I want my header to be not visible. And additionally, I think we can actually keep this as a general option here. So let's set this up here as screen options. Then it applies to both login and other routes that we later might have. Only thing is that here in this app, we seem to be a bit off. Yeah, that's better. Okay, this is our login page. Now on this page, we need a few things. So we need a loading state, loading, set loading, gonna use state false. Additionally, there's now a tiny bit different way in how we can use Apple and Google sign-in with Clerk. So we can now import start SSO flow from use SSO from the Clerk Expo package. Then we're gonna also add use state from React. And what we also want, first time interacting with our Strapi provider. So there's a function called create user, and we should be able to get this using use Strapi. So create user, what is create user doing? Let's check out the implementation. Would be cool if we just jump to the implementation. Isn't that possible to like jump to the implementation? Here we go. Okay, so this takes in an object of the type Strapi user. This has an email, username, password, and Clerk ID. So we'll simply reuse the credential the user used to sign up, send them in the body, post request to our local Strapi environment /API auth local register. This is how you can create Strapi users through the API, and then we just return this. And again, remember, this Clerk ID is only possible because we made that little change in the repository here under the config plugins. So we allowed this additional field. This is also the way, if you had any kind of like favorite pet field, you would register that field here as well, model it in your content type builder, and then you could use this during the sign up of your users. Good, so these are our functions. Next, let's see, let's add the const handle sign in. Gonna make this an async function. We're gonna also wrap this in a little try catch block. So we're gonna try to get the created session. Maybe we should like say what we actually want. So we want to await start SSO flow, and we want to pass in the right strategy. Let's pass that strategy to the function. That makes it reusable. So I want to set up the strategy here as OAuth Google and OAuth Apple. Let's see. Okay. Then we can use that strategy, and then we can use the created session ID. We can get the set active to set the user active, and also the actual sign up. Let's not do this. We also need our catch block here. So let's catch and print that log. If we have a session ID, we want to call set active to set the user active. As I said, this will be defined at this point. However, you can also either check or do it like this. Once we got this, it's important. So this is the Clerk part, and now comes the Strapi part. Maybe Strapi here. Okay, so we're gonna extract the email address, the username, which will just be the email address in our case, and I also want to create a random UUID for that user. Oh no, I think we haven't installed Expo Crypto before, do we? Is it automatically installed? No, it's not. No. Bunix, Expo, install Expo Crypto, and run it again. Maybe we will be anyway coding for a minute. So make sure you install that as well. I think I actually had this in my documentation as well. I don't know why I didn't do that. So anyway, this gives us all the information we need to create our Strapi user. So we can now call const user equals await create user. Actually not create. Yeah, it's actually create user. and we pass in simply let's create an object of the Strapi user before. So let's do an object like this, and then we just pass this to the function. That makes it look a bit better. Okay, what do you complain about? Types of email are incompatible. Type string null is not definable to type string. Yeah, that's could be the case. Let's add a little if check. So if we don't have an email username password, we're gonna throw a little error, then this should disappear. Okay, good. We don't really need any routing at this point. We're gonna tackle that part a bit later. For the moment, we really just want to build that login experience. So that means in my page, let's start with the easy case. If we're loading, in that case, I really want to display an activity indicator. I'm gonna just say size large. We don't need anything else. You can test this out. Just set it to true. It should render a loading indicator. On the web, it should also show a loading indicator. Perfect. Let's set this back to false. Now we can continue our implementation in the actual view here. Okay, let's open some brackets because there will be more stuff. So we're now going to think about all the time how we align our items on both mobile and as well the web. So we're going to use a maximum width here and mx of auto. And I think I installed recently a plugin to like fold that stuff. What is it like called? Fold? Tailwind. Where's the plugin? Tailwind Fold. Yeah, that's the one I installed. What was the shortcut? Control Alt A. Control Alt A. Okay, so this plugin is really gold. We should probably use this a couple of times later because it makes our view a bit easier to see and we can just toggle on our Tailwind classes. Now I did add a little image here, so you can grab that as well and simply place it in the images folder. I called this one intro image. Of course, it was AI generated, yeah, but why not? It should be fine. So that image we want to use, I'm gonna place this in our view here. Okay, so image from React Native. Make sure you got the import right. Set the source to require assets. Images, I think I called this one intro PNG, and that will give us a super tiny image. You can also notice on the web, this doesn't work as well. I don't know why exactly. So what I came up with is that here I actually did not use NativeWind and instead relied on this sort of styling. You can also now set the resize mode to contain, but should be fine on all platforms like this. Additionally, let's put in a little text below this, so your journey starts here. Text a bit bigger, font bold, and some margin. Now we just want a view below this with 2 buttons. We could probably let AI do this if we want to. So if you're using cursor, you could just do Command K and create 2 pressables which call our sign up function, use logo next to the text. Okay, and this should probably spit out exactly what we need. So these are the cases where I really like to use AI stuff as well. In here, I can just go ahead with tab and it will add all the required stuff at the top, like ionicons or the pressable. And as a result, we got 2 nice buttons. They're actually legit. I think we could go with them. Again, that view is actually pretty good. It looks fine to me. The only thing I don't really like here is how big those icons are. So we use full gap 4, that's fine. This will call handle sign in with Google. Do we have like hover effect? Yeah, we do have that. Maybe we're not going for a padding of 4. Maybe just go like 3. Yeah, I feel that's a bit bigger. I don't know. Yeah, it looks better to me. Okay, so we got the view responsive. Should work on the web as well. if I now press this actually should work. Nice, because we're using the dummy default instance of Clerk. So let's do this. Let's try to sign in. All right, and this time it worked. It added my Apple ID in here. And if we're lucky, yeah, we see exactly the same entry in here. So this is my Clerk user. And here is the Clerk user ID. So you should see this on the side. You can copy this now over. And if we go in Strapi into our user, we see that this field is also populated. This is now an app user. User is confirmed. We just used email and password stuff. User is not blocked. So you could now manually manage your users in both Clerk and Strapi. In Strapi, it will help us because users can now have their own courses. They can track their own progress. This one should actually not be in here. At least I think so. Yeah. So let's get rid of that. That might have been in your backup import as well. And we do have that user here as well. We could now also sign in on the web, or I could create a second user, doesn't matter. But most importantly, we have hopefully successfully already implemented the basics of authentication. And again, for both web and native. We will later talk about custom native views, as we will need this on some places. I think for the moment, this login view is actually fine here. And we don't really need to customize it. However, what we need to customize now is the structure of our application. Because at the moment, we only have our index and login page. So now it's the time to craft the inside area and then make sure that the inside area is actually protected so your unauthorized users can't access the inside pages. After users sign up or sign in, they will be in an inside area where we have a tab bar. In that tab bar, we will later also have a drawer menu, and above that tab bar, we can display some modals. So we have sort of like all the different requirements that are possible, and we're gonna do this with Expo Router. So this is going to be interesting. Now, first of all, I recommend we place everything of our app in a little folder app. Okay, super exciting, right? In app, I will also place another folder for authenticated. So probably that app folder wouldn't be entirely required, but I want to structure it really in a clear way. Next to that authenticated folder, we're going to place our first _ layout.tsx. And that's like the gatekeeper to the rest of our authenticated pages. So everything in the authenticated folder will be protected by this layout file, which will be rendered first. Let's do a layout here. And this one is actually quite simple in how we do this. The problem is if we would do this at the top, you sometimes get problems with Expo Router, you're not rendering any kind of slot. So this is a better way, that's a superior solution, and it's also what's usually recommended by the Expo documentation. So we're getting our signed in state from the Clerk provider, and what I also want to get is the segments of our URL. So segments equals use segments. These come from Expo Router as well. Additionally, I want to check if the user is trying to access something in the auth group, which means if segments at index 0 is at 1 is equal to authenticated. This will actually complain until we actually implement our routing, I guess. So we could set up something in there. Let's put it, still keep it in there. I will do this and add, because in authenticated, we're gonna need another layout. Or we don't need, but it's always nice to have it in there. So now my authenticated folder does have a layout. Is it still 0? No, it should be segments at index 1. Yeah, currently it thinks we only have login and sitemap. This will refresh soon once we implement this correctly. Now the question here is, if the user is not signed in and the user is trying to access some URL in the auth group, I want to return a redirect to our login, and that's where the story ends. Otherwise, if the user is allowed, we're totally fine and we can just render a slot. So that will just take the content from the next layout and render it. So we have a super simple protection mechanism here at the top that should be pretty clear in how it works. Again, don't mind that this is still wrong. Once Expo recompiled the segments and the path in our application correctly, then this will work again. Now in Authenticated, I added another layout file. Okay, this one is a bit different because in here I want to return an actual stack element. The reason is simple. If I would directly go for the tab bar here, I would have a really hard time adding any kind of modals to our page. And I actually want to have in Authenticated, am I in the right place? Holy moly, what is going on? Why is it? You should keep that page as it is, and I want to go here. Thank you. So we want to have another tabs folder in here, and we're probably also going to have other stuff in here. And that's why I want to return a stack, because that allows us to have different things in here. So let's try this out. We will soon get to our tabs layout. Stack screen, one of the stack screens is now of course my tab bar, and I will intentionally leave all the header stuff in there because then we can play around with that in a second and see like all the different levels we got in there. Okay, so let's also set up the tab bar, or at least a tiny bit of it. Let's do another layout.tsx. And next to it, I will place an index.tsx. So that could just be a super simple page. I'm going to do one for the index and probably one for profile. Page, this will be my profile. And then let's do a third dummy one. Gonna call that one my content.tsx. My content, and the first one was like home. Okay, so inside of the tab bar, we're gonna do basically what we did here. Gonna be a super simple setup of tabs using Expo Router. And we have 3 screens. We wouldn't even have to define them, but now we get them. So on the web, if I would now try to access something like profile, it probably shouldn't work, and it redirects us to login because we are not authenticated. In the app, however, I should get there. Right now, I'm kind of stuck on the topmost layout because we logged in and we didn't add any sort of further navigation. So we can now automatically bring the users to the inside area with another little use effect in our top layout. So let's do this, use effect. And what I want to do here is add the dependencies array. This one will have is signed in. Yeah, that's a good starting point. And probably if we're not loaded, we should also skip that. So, but I think that should never happen. Like if we're not loaded, we're gonna return here. But really, don't think that can happen. So once again, I want to check if we're in an auth group. That's why we also, once again, need the segments here at the top level. Simply add them to our Expo Router import, use segments. And then we also want to use the router, okay, at the import. And then we check. So if we're trying to access something in one, and now it works because it picked up the right segments. You see all the different segments that are available in our application. So now if the user is signed in and is currently not in an auth group, so I really want to make this intentionally only if an authenticated user is on this page, I want to replace my app's view to /app/authenticated/tabs. We can also be intentional here and set up our stack screen name app. So with that in place, let's do a refresh. Okay, and we see we have different headers and we have a tab bar. That's good. That's good news because now we can play around with this. We have our protection living next to the authenticated, really smart setup. We got this layout file in case we want to do something like modals, any page that should be above the tab bar. So you always need to think in these levels because once we're in that tab bar, it's going to be challenging to escape the actual tab bar and display something above it unless it's a modal. But for our tabs here, I can now also say that we don't want the header to be shown. Okay, header shown false is still in there. Why is that the case? That's a pretty good question. I called this tabs, I called this header shown false. In theory, it should be, it shouldn't be there. Maybe let's also work a bit on the UI here. So I made a couple of changes. I actually got the inspiration from Evan's tabs and how he's using a blur tabs as background. So he's using this default tabs setup. If he checks if the process env is unequal to iOS, and otherwise we have this iOS block here. This is actually pretty cool setup. So I wanted to try this as well. So let's say for screen options, I want to bring this in. Actually, you only want to use one bracket. And then we're going to check if the process.env.expo.os is equal to iOS. So if it's equal to iOS, I want to render a specific tab bar color. I want the headers to be shown. I want to have a custom blurry background. And otherwise, I want to, for Android or currently also the web, have some sort of fallback. This blur tab background is actually taken from the default Expo template. So you can find this in my repository as well. We can do one at components. Let's do a folder here. New folder, components. I think we don't have that one yet, right? And under components, we're going to do the tab bar background iOS. So this will render a blur view, quite hard intensity, and a bit of code in here, but nothing too crazy. And now we can bring that in from our components. Let's see if we do a refresh. We should have this. We don't really have anything to scroll behind it right now, but that should work later. Index, my content. Okay, so only the tabs. Let's put in the right labels as well here. So we can now put in the right labels for all of our 3 pages, including some ionicons. Nothing too crazy, but now we have our own colors here, and we have our own titles, which reflect both down here and at the top. That's already a lot better, but there's still something missing in here. And I feel like one level above, there might be something off. So I really wonder why we still see stack. Okay, let's define some general screen options for that stack as well. However, those should actually not come up in my tab bar. So I want to use my color scheme here. We will later also try to get dark mode to work in our application. Okay, so toggling dark mode actually works to some degree already, but oh, I had a all right, that was the typo. Now it finally works. Okay, good. Yeah, that's a lot better. This also brings me to one more thing, that our homepage here, or in general, is not using the right colors. So at the top level of your application, we can now also include a theme provider. We don't have enough providers yet, so let's add another one. This is the theme provider from React Navigation. I'm going to wrap this around our app. Now this one needs the color theme as well, and then we can put it in here. So we can now say our value is equal, and then check if the color scheme is dark. I want to use a specific dark theme that should be included, and otherwise I want to use the default theme from React Navigation. Okay, so both of these imports are from React Navigation. And now if you toggle this, by the way, on iOS, you can do this with Command-Shift-A. On Android, I'm not exactly sure what the shortcut is to toggle dark and light mode in your app. But now we've got pretty easily implemented the first steps towards dark mode. Now again, on the web, I can't yet sign in, so I will do a quick sign in with Google. Okay, let me sign in with my account. This should again create a new user. Yeah, there's a little issue because this is opening the callback in here. So I think we would have to set up the according callback URL that the app should go to in Clerk. But all right, there was nothing really wrong. Just the callback here isn't exactly working. So you see now it's coming up after a login in this tiny view. But if I now refresh that page, I should also be taken to the inside area where I got the same view as before. And now I could also refresh on this page because we got my token and the authentication is correctly. We can actually later change that as we build a more custom web UI. I assume that here the strategy isn't working correctly on the web. So on the web, we could also, of course, use from Clerk simply the provided elements. So we usually use the custom sign up and sign in flow here with our application. But of course, there are tons of actual UI components that we could just integrate on our page which work with Next or React on the web. They just usually don't work yet with Expo and React Native. I hope they will actually work at some point with React Native. Good. So what do we have at this point? We have our Clerk user, we have our Strapi user, we have the inside area, we have the tab bar. We have a nice setup actually, because we can now add places, or we can add files in different places. We can either extend our tab bar, we can work within the tabs, we can work above the tab bar. Maybe we should also quickly add a little sign out button to the profile page just to round up and see that our full workflow works. So let's get sign out from use auth. Okay. And then we're going to just add a little button here to sign out on that user profile. So again, if I'm on the web and refresh, I can access profile. If I sign out, it brings me back to a login, and I shouldn't be allowed to go back to profile because that part is protected. As well here, I can just reload, and as I have an auth session, I will be automatically brought to the login. But once I sign out, I will be brought back here. This is simply striking from our layout file next to the authentication. So this will see that there's a change in is signed in, and it will redirect us to the login page. And also our snippet up here is simply meant to bring users inside. It's not meant to bring users outside. So it took me a couple of hours probably to figure out the right setup for all of this, because sometimes you get into an infinite loop and it can get really nasty with Expo Router if you're not exactly sure what you're doing. So now we should have a decent setup that allows us to sign in, sign out flawlessly and move around in our application. So once you're at this point, you are pretty much good to go, and we can talk about making the web a bit better. Before we dive into more functionality and connect with Strapi, get our data, display courses, and all of that fun, let's talk a moment to talk about the layout, because right now we have the same layout on the web as on mobile, and that's of course not a really great idea. I mean, for mobile, all of this is pretty cool. However, for web, this is certainly not what we want to do. So what we can do now is set up custom layouts for the web. And we're going to start with the first layout here, which defines our stack. So next to this, I want to create a new _layout.web.tsx file. This will be my custom web layout. So I'm going to bring this in as well so we can keep an eye on this. Okay. Maybe we keep it here. And then let's call this one React Native function export layout. So this will now be a view that actually is not using just a stack layout, but our own class stuff. So I want to use class name flex1. I want to use the full width, and I want to use a slot to render all the routes. Now I could already do this. And if I now refresh here, would be cool if this works. _layout.web. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're still using the tab bar layout. So let's also get rid of the tab bar. So as an addition, layout.web.tsx in our tabs folder. And this one's now even easier because instead of the tab bar, I will just render this slot. So now we should already see, we can only see the home page. Or if I go here, I could see the profile page and the sign out button. But now we've lost all sense of navigation and what's going on in our application. So let's go back to one level above where we have our web layout. And in here, we create our own little app header. So I will just do it in here. You could also remove this into its own component and extend it, whatever you prefer. So first of all, I will need two things. So I need the path name and the active tab. This will just give us some information so we can actually mark the items in our tab bar. And then we can create this custom view. So let's do this view. Class name, flex row, item center, justify between, a bit of padding. I want to have some border at the bottom, and I want to use border gray 200 and a background probably white. Okay. Where's my toggle command? Yeah, here it is. Perfect. Okay, now I will do another view, class name. This will be flex row item center. Let's do a gap of actually 8 in here. And then we're gonna start with a link from Expo Router. So link will go to / this is our home page, and inside I will just have a text. I will actually not even use a pressable, just a text. Let's call this my studio. So yeah, well, let's see. We do a little refresh here. We should probably include our app header now above the slot in here. And voila, there it goes. By the way, nothing changes here to our native application. We're only working on the web layout. We're not messing up anything in the native app. This is only about the app. And I can now already go here to my studio. And I can now easily add the other 3 links. So the second one will be my content, and the third one would be profile. Okay. And once again, we have a super simple header component. Now, additionally, I would like to actually include some information. So after my studio, let's give that link. We don't really need as child here, by the way, but I want to make that text a bit bigger. Let's open the Tailwind again. Okay, so now we got a bigger one up here with our primary font. Now the second link to courses should now use, actually we don't really have that one yet, right? Let's comment that out. You haven't seen that one, okay? Psst. You haven't seen that one. We want to start with my content. So my content is the second one up here. This one will say, yeah, my courses, and the other one will be browse courses. Okay, and this will also set the text primary color if this is the active tab. Now, I wonder, I don't really see a change here when I go there. So what's the log messages? Okay, now the active tab. We should probably not use the first one. Let's just put out the active tab. I'm interested in that. Okay, and my content. So I should probably use at position 1, not at 0. So when I'm on my content, it marks this correctly. Now the active tab is my content. So if the active tab is equal to my content, the text should have the primary color. Now, sometimes Tailwind is not really happy about these conditional things. I give it to you. Okay, I'm fine with that. Let's add the third one, which will be the profile. Because this is outside of the previous view, it will be split here because we're having our flex set up correctly. So we have the profile up here, my courses, and my studio. And as I said, we will soon have this courses as well. Maybe we're gonna do this for a dummy purpose already. So we can do this. This will be next to the tabs. So this is one of the cases where this should be displayed above the tab bar. Okay, and this will render all courses. On mobile, this will present as a modal. On the web, however, this will be included as a regular link. So then, once we hit the refresh, we should have home. we have all courses, we have my content, and we have the profile page. And of course, this is not the most beautiful navigation I've seen in the history of the web. However, it is an entirely different setup than what we see on native. On native, we follow the native paradigms. We have a tab bar, we have modals, we have stacks, but on the web, this is usually not what users want. They want to have their navigation at the top. So pick any kind of Tailwind setup for a cool header bar and then you're gone. And this is actually pretty easy. We're just replacing the tabs layout with this slot. And above we have our own custom app header that just marks the right items. I don't know why it's not marking them. So I probably, if we have like text indigo 600 in here, then would actually work. So it's a problem with my primary color. So the hover effect works, and the logic for marking the right item works as well. It's just that Tailwind, for whatever reason, doesn't really like my primary color. So if you want to replace text primary here with something else, your color of choice, if you do that, you should soon see that it also marks the according correct item. Cool. Now that we've got a solid foundation for both web and native, I think it's time to jump into some real functionality. All right, so as I said, now it's time for some fun. And what we want to try first is we want to render the home page, and we want to render information on that home page like it was sort of an about page for our application. And we're going to do this through information in our Strapi backend, and we're going to use a very cool way. But first, you need to add two things. You should install the React Native Web View in case it's not yet installed, and we will also install the Strapi Blocks React Renderer. I will show you why we need that. You should also probably kill your pre-build and do one new build and run it on your device. And then we can come back to, let's close a couple of files, and we can come back to our tab bar inside index file. So this is where the magic should happen. Are we connected? Yes, we are. Great. Also on the web, working fine. Now, what we want to achieve is the following. Let's go to our Strapi backend, and under the content manager, you're going to see the single type here. So think of this collections, we have courses, we have lessons, we have users, all of these are plural. But if you have a single type, this could just be one specific page of your application. In this case, it's my welcome page. It has a title, it has an image, and it has some rich text. And we can get this information super easily through the Strapi API. The call would be localhost-api-home. If I send this off, I get back some data, which we see down here. Now, this data alone to render would be quite challenging because the format of the content here, this is the rich text input field we see here and all the fun we did in there. So how do we go about this? Well, let's see. First of all, let's probably query that information on our index page. That will be the first step. So we do have a call for that in our use Strapi provider. And that should be some, no, not like that. I don't know how to do this in the best possible way to get code completion here. I want to get the home information from our provider. So if you jump into that, you see response fetching API home, and we populate some fields. This is, by the way, an interesting addition. Maybe we should show you this as well. So right now you see the image is actually not appearing in here. If we add populate for certain fields, you're gonna see that now down here we got the image populated, and it should give us the name of the image. It has a URL, so it's locally. We might have to do a little transformation here, which we actually might not need in production later, but we're gonna see to that later. Now, where do we continue? Yeah, we were here. So we want to grab that information, but we just don't want to make a simple fetch request. We will make this using 10-stack queries. So the data is eventually cached as well. And we can do this simply by using the use query hook from 10-stack query. This one gets, first of all, a query key. This is pretty much the key under which our information is cached. So we can actually debug this in a second as well. If you would say like you had a query for user ID or user information, then this would be an array of like user and ID. So you can construct your query key with this array syntax. Okay, back here, this was called home info. And now we need the actual call, that's the query function. So in our case, that's pretty easy. We can just pass in get home info as our query function. Now I could also just log this out, and down here you see we already get all the required information. Additionally, let's see, yeah, let's probably just render for the fun something in here. Can you do this? That's probably not included, but let's give it a try. So the image should be it's not under content, it's under image. I don't know. Yeah, we don't have to use the formats. We can just use URL, but we need to include the base URL. So on production, we don't have to do this. We can probably do this like let URL equals once again process.env .dev. Can we just do like how do we get the dev mode? Is it like node env in development mode? Create a URL with localhost, otherwise in prod not. Let's see if that works. Oh yeah. So if it is development, then we're gonna use actually not this one, but just base URL and then slash this one here, or actually without the slash, and otherwise we can just do it like this. We can actually call this image URL. We don't need to do that part. Okay, so here we go. Result data image URL included in there, and then we can use it as the image, and we can make it even easier. Use the same name, then we can use it as the image. So just a bit of manipulation here, and we see it appears nicely in our page. Just like that, we could now also bring in, for example, the text of that page. So that could be data.title. So we see Namaste. And the cool thing is, if we now go into Strapi, if I change this to Namaste test, I could first of all save this, and I wouldn't change a thing. So if I just save this and refresh here, I would still get back the same information, because I can still publish this. This is the draft mode. That's cool because we got this published state and this draft state, which means behind the scenes in Strapi, you can always update your stuff. And once you're ready, you hit publish and the new document will be served. So let's go back to Namaste. Let's hit publish. Should be published, should be saved automatically. Yes, and we're back in this state. Cool. Okay, now again about the problem of rendering the additional information. Well, that's a bit challenging. We need the React blocks renderer that we just installed. It's called blocks React renderer from Strapi. I'm gonna pop this out and maybe make this a bit bigger, yeah. So this is a pretty handy tool, but it relies on the React DOM, and usually you won't have problems doing that in our app. So instead, let's do this in a custom component. We're just gonna call this whole thing here the home block component. So let's spin up a new component. Under components, new file, home block.tsx. Okay, this home block will get our home information. I think we actually do have a type. We should have under types interfaces the home info block. It has a title. It can now also have blocks content. I think we installed that. Yeah, so that should work fine. So we can use that as the type here for our page. Good. Now on this page, we can put in a view, class name. I just want to have it use with full and some padding bottom. That might be required later. And then we can go again about the image. So the image goes here. We just need to make sure we're adding the image import from React Native, of course. And then we don't need data.image, but home info. Home info.image. That should be it. So then we can also change it, update it here in our page. And this now requires the information. So we're going to make sure that the home information is actually present. At this point, I think at this point it should be present, right? Is there a problem? We could make this conditional, or we could get like the loading state here. Is loading, and then if here we are loading, we display a little, let's say, activity indicator instead. We probably want to do this in the center of the screen. So let's do it like this. Can I just keep the loading state? I wish this, could we manually fake this? Well, I could just comment this out, makes sense. Then we can check if it works. Okay, so we see we got a loading state, and here we got also a loading state. Cool, so that is fine. You're still not happy about my information. Why is that the case? What's your problem with this? Type home and it's not a type home. At this point, it is definitely defined, so I will go with this. Additionally, we can also manually set our stack screen options. We could just change our title so it correctly reflects what this page is about. We can get this from data as well. Let's use this with optional, and then we have our title of the page up here. And we already see our home block seems to work in general. Let's go back to it. So now we want to render the actual block content. How do we do this? Well, we're gonna first of all put this in a new view, I'd say. I'm gonna get it some padding here. And now we can use the blocks renderer component, and we can just feed in the home info content, which should be our block content. Why is this complaining? Probably again about some partial information. Let's construct this. Let's say const block content equals home info. No. Home info dot content. What type is this? This is of the type blocks content. Oh yeah, we should use content here. That makes more sense. Okay, that's better. If we do it like this, we see a crash on mobile, but on the web, we actually already see our results. So that's pretty nice. I really like that. I don't know why my home page here is using, it's using item center, justify center. We probably don't need that. Yeah. Okay, so on the web, we're fine now. On the web, we're already rendering our stuff. That's pretty cool. We could probably even include an Expo head tag here if we're fancy. So you could do head okay, now we gotta be careful. This comes from Expo Router / I think head. Or where is it? I recently used this. Did you mean Expo Router head instead? I don't know what I meant. Expo Router head is what I meant. Static rendering probably. If we have the bundler metro. How do we import that one? Yeah, I know we can use head like this, but you can also add head from, yeah. I just had the brackets wrong. Okay, so this could work, and we could set now our title to this one. This in theory should work, yeah. So now up here you see our title is actually appearing in the status bar, which is of course pretty nice for the web. So we haven't messed up mobile, although we don't see anything, but that's not, that's a different story. But we might fix this for the web. Now, why are we not seeing anything here? I think there are multiple reasons. So first I want to set this one to a full height here, but we also see an issue. And that probably comes from the blocks renderer. bunch of issues. Most like text strings must be rendered with text component. So the problem is, as I said initially, the blocks renderer actually relies on React DOM. And we don't really have that available in React Native applications. However, there's something called Expo DOM components, which we can use to mark any component to allow it to use and run pretty much in a web view. And we're gonna do this simply by putting use DOM up here. I have a full video that explains how to use DOM. You can check that out. For the moment, we're just gonna use it like this. We can also pass different information to that page if we wanted to. So you can have like certain DOM information which comes from import. And I feel like this part might change in the future. This is from expo dom.dom props. So if you want the right typings, you could do that. Now, we don't really have to pass in anything here if we don't want to. That should be fine as well. Now, if we do a refresh, in the Expo, oh yeah, it requires, oh no. Yeah, it requires our hosted origin URL. I don't know. No, we can do this right now. So in theory or in practice, if you're using Expo Router and API routes and stuff, you sometimes need to configure an origin, like here, my Super Simon LMS stuff. Right now, this probably wouldn't be used. I could just set this to galaxies.dev. This would actually be used if we deploy the application to a real iOS device and then make an API call with fetch. So if we then do something like this, without the base URL, it would take that initial part of our origin. So that's like a bit advanced setup. We don't really have to do this. Right now, this is just a fix to fix the issue we saw with the head tag. I could also comment out the head tag, yeah, because I right now would need a rebuild. So we're probably gonna do this at a later point. Now, DOM components. Okay, we see something on the screen. This is now our DOM component in action. Previously, this was throwing an error, and now we can actually see the content. This is pretty cool because now we just need to make sure that we're styling this correctly. For the image, I actually want to change this. Let's change the class name here. Class name of the image to width, full, and height 40. Can perform a whatever. Let's see, let's do a refresh. Okay, so still working on the web. No big changes. On here, it's not yet working. Maybe we should I think the URL should be fine. With full and height of 40. Let's put that to a lock. I don't know. Normally this should be fine, but I had some issues with the web view before, so it's not yet perfect. Especially, it's usually meant for taking over a full page, and I will later also do it as a little block, so that's a bit more challenging. However, our index should usually work. We have flex 1 and we have a full height. As I said, we can pass some props to the DOM component itself, so you can do something like scroll enabled false. There's a property called match contents, which I want to set. So I want to set that to true. And there's actually a handy way, because right now we're loading the data and we're not really seeing the activity indicator because that loading state is quite instant and we still want to wait until the loading of the web view is actually finished. So therefore I will make this a bit differently. I will use my own isLoading logic. So isLoading, set isLoading. We're gonna use state here and set this initially to false. And then you could use a logic like this. On the home block, which is now using the React Native web view in the background, you could trigger on load end, for example, and on load end you could set isLoading false. So that would be a handy way to wait until the web view is actually finished with loading. Does it work on the web as well? Oh, cannot read properties of reading image. Now that's interesting. Why is there no image? Did I kill my Strapi server or something? Why is my image gone? That's a pretty good idea question. So we have the data is loading. Okay, on web this would actually never render, right? On mobile. Let's just not do this. Let's just only do this on the web. If platform.os equals web, then I will set this to false. Otherwise, I will just set it to true so it can instantly load. Yeah, my URL to the image is definitely correct. I just cannot read properties of undefined reading image. I mean, that could be a problem if our data is not yet ready. If we don't have data, we could just return a view like this. That would also mean we don't need stuff like this down here. We just have an early return statement. Could eventually work better. Yeah, I think on the web this is pretty fine. On mobile as well. Now, the only thing on mobile is that, once again, it's not yet rendering the UI as I want it to be. Why is that the case? Let's try. I think in my first try, had to first of all also bring in my own CSS here once again. So the import for our global layout did not work. Well, that turned out pretty well. So now we got this already in here. That's nice. The scroll is not disabled, so I don't know why exactly some of these props don't seem to work for me. However, we also don't really need this yet, but I will keep it in here for you as reference. So that means we've now nicely implemented this thing that relied on React DOM in our React Native application. At the bottom, I would just like to include a little link component, so we can do this in here as well. So I want to do a link to courses. This is going to be a touchable opacity, and I want to use font awesome 5. So just a bit of padding and margin and stuff going on here. And what I did as well is I actually added an animation. So you see, we got this cool little animation going on here. How did we do this? Well, this was incredibly easy. On our font awesome icon, I used our NativeWind class name and used Animate Spin. So you can bring in all those animations that you used to from Tailwind, just like that, and it runs on the native thread. So it's actually pretty performant. Also on mobile, I'll just show it here. It should show our browse courses, and I should be able to go to that courses page. Okay, that courses page is not mobile ready yet, it looks like. So we're gonna have to work on that as well. But for the moment, we can now see that we brought in this single component that we had in our Strapi backend. So a single type home. Everyone in our company could now update this. So my yoga studio, anytime, anywhere. So cool. I can just hit publish here. It would be updated. And next time the user reloads the application, updates this, we would see something like this included. Now, additionally, I think in my tries, I also added some CSS for the content here, because the blocks renderer from Strapi can be extended to include your own CSS, and you can do this at the top. So I found this in Paul's repository here. He actually had a bunch of rules. I don't know, we can just copy them overall and just see what works. Let's just put that in. Yeah, and it automatically formats our stuff in here. Let's see. If we now go into dark mode, that's not perfect. So that's what I did before, I think. Let me do my own. I had a little shorter version. So I have a media query additionally. So if the color scheme is dark, it should also use a white text color, because our app should of course be ready for dark mode when we go live. Now the only thing that should apply to H4 as well. Can we do it just in here, or is that not legit? It is totally fine to do that. And so we are rendering our blocks content, our rich text content from Strapi in our React Native application. This is honestly so cool, and I really love DOM components for exactly this. This wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Would have to write our own like parsing for the blocks content here. That's just totally not something I want to do. And now we just have those views working across native and web. Okay, after recording the last part, I made some tiny changes which I think make it even better, because our DOM component, to really showcase this, can just use HTML and CSS. So I changed all of this to not be any kind of reference to React Native and just use standard HTML. We use div components, we use the default image, and I also removed the link with our browse courses button, because there were some issues right now with Expo Router and how this routed on mobile. I actually don't know exactly why it happened. It's probably something about the current version, but I just didn't want to take chances. So now we have our view flex 1 up here. I also wrapped our home block in an H3/4, so it's not the entire height of our page. And below that we have our button now, so we can navigate to that page. And I also added that button here, so we can also go to that page. By the way, notice how we're leaving the tab bar behind once we go to the courses page. That is intentional, so we can use the full height of our application. That also means we can close those files and we can head over to our courses. And eventually we're gonna need a new component, which is going to be a course card. We can already create that one. And then we can later create our stuff in there. So on the courses page, we're gonna do pretty much what we did before as well on the index page. So we can kind of copy over the whole logic here. And bring it into the courses page. Only difference is this time I want to get all the courses from our Strapi provider. We're going to use the 10-state query again for courses, get courses, and then we can go about our view. So on mobile, I would actually like to use a flat list here. I don't know. I feel like on the web this is not gonna work well, but I mean for the moment we can stick with it. Let's also do this in an animated way. By the way, I wanted to add animations to the home block as well. I didn't show you this before. Now we're using div elements. Yeah, then let's not do this. Let's do it in here. So we can do animated from React Native Reanimated, and we do an animated flat list. In our flat list, we need first of all data. This is simply the array that comes in from use query. Should be our data. Let's put a little lock in here so we see how the data looks. Yeah, perfect, Simon. Mess up the view. I think we just need data. And then we have our render item function, which will then render my course card and pass in all the props from the item here. I think it should work like this. Let's get the course card. We got the course card. This one just doesn't have the input. That's not a big problem. So we see we got 2 courses. This is exactly what we should see, or what you should see in Strapi as well. We have like a beginner's course and we have an advanced course. One of those is free. So this one has some lessons and it is premium false. So it has also no RevenueCat ID. It has a slug, so we can easily browse it. And the other one here, this is the pro course. It is set to true. It currently has a RevenueCat ID, so we're gonna work with that later, and it also has its own slug. Now, how do we go about displaying those? That's actually a good question. We're already rendering that. Let's get a key extractor function included to make sure we're getting the right keys for our iteration. Shows vertical scroll indicator should be set to fall, and I want to set the content container. Actually, I want to set content container class name, so we can keep using NativeWind to padding top 4. So it's a bit of padding here. Nice. That looks good. On web, looks not too bad, but we might have to talk about that later. Let's go about the course card first. So the course card has some type. Okay, so this is our type. We're gonna get the general course from our interfaces, but then we're gonna also pass, or might pass in the app, some additional information included. So that's why we extend that interface and add open lesson, probably finish percentage, or whether the user has that course or not. So now we can include all of that here in our course card. Let's see. Let's do title, image. Can we just yeah, thank you for that. That's a lot better. And our card is now a simple link component to href course. Oh, that doesn't exist yet, right? We're gonna be a bit careful here. Let's just set it to an empty string for the moment. We're gonna use asChild as well. Okay, and then we create a view. Let's do a pressable this time. So pressable from React Native, class name equals margin bottom 4, and let's close this. No, let's not add any fancy stuff yet. I just want to go there. Okay, we're not rendering anything in the pressable, so now it becomes a bit more challenging. We're gonna add a view, and we can for the moment just see what the AI gives us here, so we actually see something on the screen. We will certainly need an image from React Native. Okay, so we see our 2 items. Yeah, the image here is probably off as well. Just like in our other call, we would have to fix this in get courses. So just like we did before with the image URL, we're gonna do after the result, const image equals the stuff we had before. Yeah, if it is, oh no, just do it. That was already good. Then we're gonna use the base URL. Otherwise, yes, do it like this, and then we can include it here. So that should allow us to get actually the right image. Error fetching data from sorry, cannot read property URL of undefined. Oh, we need to do it in there because that's an iteration, right? That makes it a bit more challenging, but not a big problem for us. We're experts, right? So instead of doing it here, we would have to do it for every item in here. Okay, so this becomes a bit more challenging. We need to restructure this, and then we need to return it like this. Okay, we just need to fix some brackets, and voila, we got this. So now we put the check here simply inside of the map block, which means for every item we create the right image URL, and now we got the images in here. That actually looks pretty good. So that means we have the information, but this also means on the web we would have the same sort of list, and I don't really want that. So instead of doing it like this, I would like to have a different representation on the web. So now we could do, once again, a platform specific file. Would that be better? I honestly don't know. Maybe, maybe not, but then we have more code. We could also just do it in here. So we could just check if platform OS equals web. If that is the case, we're gonna have our own view, and otherwise we're gonna have the animated flat list fun. So in or on the web, I want to actually use a regular scroll view. I mean, on the web we could have also just used some yeah, if we did it in a specific file for the web, we could use div and other elements in here. Now I would have to rely on something like scroll view, but this shows that we can do it. We can do it. Let's give this a try. So this is actually pretty cool. I added this scroll view. We check on the web the width, and if it gets below that width, we're going to soon see that here it expands to actually 2 elements. So we have a row layout, and otherwise we have a column layout. That's cool because the flat list won't give you that on the web, at least as far as I know. Also, you're gonna see that these are now appearing with a little stagger animation. So I simply brought in and made this one here an animated view with an entering animation. This is using simply animated and fade in from React Native Reanimated. Super simple stuff, but this can just enhance every page. And I actually want to wrap this around my course cards here as well. So we're gonna do an animated view here as well. For our entering animation, I will use a fade in with a little delay, right? So we're gonna use the index of the iteration, which means first item, index 0, no delay, second item 400 milliseconds delay, and so on. So further down the list we would have nice delays. That means, okay, let's try and do a refresh again. When that list comes up, it should normally, okay, you see. Okay, so now after saving we get that little animation. Cool. That's it for the courses page so far, and now we can focus entirely on making the course card even better. First of all, now let's change the props here a bit. So there are a couple of things I want to access, like the slug, which will be important for the URL. We want to see now if a course is a premium course or not. So that corresponds to, again, the information that we've seen here in Strapi. So is premium true or false? We have two different courses, and they should also have two distinct UIs. This should also reflect in the view. So I will touch this one. This should have, this should basically be like a card. So here we go in with a background black for dark mode. I want to have this rounded with 2XL radius. I want to have a shadow MD, and that should already give us a bit better. At least on the web we already see the UI. On native we don't see it yet. Let's see. Okay, we're getting there, I also want to make sure that the overflow is hidden. So then we don't see the shadow at all, right? If we do it, maybe we should do a less shadow. Well, maybe that's enough actually. Then for the web, I want to also set a minimum height. So for the web, I want to set a min height of 300 pixels. That will give us a bit bigger cards, and that will just in general look better on the web. However, again, this is not gonna affect mobile. We're gonna now also change this to an actual object here, and I want to use string literals, because if we do it like that, we can then easily include a check. So if a course is premium, I want to add a border to of let's say yellow 400, and otherwise I don't want to add anything. So that will result in something like this. Actually, I still think we might want to have overflow hidden. Let's see. But then we don't have the shadow at all, right? I don't know. For our card, I also would like to have a little hover effect on the web. So my pressable should have something like hover opacity 80. Let's see. So on the web, in theory, I don't really want to transition. I mean, we could in theory, but yeah, now it applies it like, I kind of want to apply this instantly when I hover over it. Okay, cool. That looks good. We have the start of the card. We don't have the... Where are my courses here? It's always so fun if you develop like universal for all platforms and suddenly your stuff is gone on the one platform and in the other one you're gonna see it. Anyway, let's start in the block. So we're gonna have three different sections. We're gonna have the image area, then we're gonna have the title area, and then at the bottom we're gonna have a check if the user has the course. Okay, so these are our three main sections that we want to implement. First, let's start with the image. I want to give this the class name relative, so we're starting our UI accordingly here. I want to give it not the full height. I actually want to give this a height of, let's use 48 here. So then we have a slightly bigger picture. And by the way, I just noticed if we do it, yes, we need overflow hidden. We just need it. So let's set overflow to hidden, otherwise the image would flow over this. Then we can check if there's no finished percentage. So eventually at some point, the user will have a certain finished percentage because the user is also seeing this course card in the My Content area. With that in mind, we can now check here if there's a finished percentage, and I want to say something like a view. Let's close it for the moment. Let's close it. So then we can check if this course is premium and we don't have a finished percentage. It means we want to render a little premium tag. So let's also do end text premium. The other case means it's free. So we got premium and free in here. Now we just need to position this accordingly. So this view, or maybe we start with the design of the text. This should really be just a super small text. So let's use text, probably even text XS, text white. If we use text white, we probably should give the according view a background color. Yeah, that's what we're going to do now. So class name, and we're going to make this an object already because we're going to have a little check in there. So by default, this should be absolutely positioned. So it's going to stay on top of the card, and we're going to place it in the top right corner. So let's do top 2, right 2. Okay, place it over there. Let's get some padding X included and also some padding Y. And then we're going to make this rounded full. And now the check is, if the course is a premium course, I want to use the yellow background, and otherwise I want to use a dark background. So now we have the text here included. I feel like let's give more padding X. Yeah, that looks better. So much better. Such a big difference. But anyway, I like it. Okay, we have that image. We have everything we need. The image source, URI image, class name, width full, H48. Let's set the resize mode to cover. So then also on the web, we see a little issue on the web. Will we be able to get, I think I'm pretty sure we're gonna fix that soon once we develop the title. So for the title, really what we can do is just have a super simple view like this. We apply some padding and we apply some styling to the text. Ooh, I didn't want to click that one, I'm sorry. And also this should now nicely, yeah. In dark mode, we could even give that card a white border, right? That's if it is not premium, we can do dark border too. Yeah, that looks good. Yep, that works fine for me. Cool. So we have two course cards. Our shadow is not really visible, so we can actually also get rid of it. Okay. Actually, on the web it is slightly visible. So this would look like this on the web. Maybe MD is a bit too much. I will stay with this. Okay, so we have most of the stuff. Now it's gonna be somewhat challenging to see if the user has the course. We're just gonna implement the view first of all, and then we're gonna later wrap the if around it, because the if right now would hide it. So we're gonna say padding X 4 and padding bottom 4 in our view. So this is like a progress view at the bottom. Then we can have a little text here, and then we have the finished percentage using, let's just do finished percentage, if finished percentage or 0%. Okay, so that should display down here. We could change this to like 10%, but later this should be flexible. And next to this, this should be really a small text, XS font semi-bold. Text gray, maybe 800, 500 is really hard to read. Maybe 700. And on dark, I want to have this. Good, that looks good. Now, just wrapping this up with another view for the actual progress bar. That one's funny. Because here we need a specific progress view. It's always funny to do, right? We could also let AI take this, do this. Yeah, that's probably fine. Whatever this gives you should be good enough. H-full background, I would probably use my background primary instead. And then the width, we're just gonna try something. So if the user had finished this, it will look like this. I would probably add some margin bottom 4 here to the text, and then it looks even better. So this is our course overview. Okay, now this should of course look like this. And the including view here, flex 1. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Should work both on native in dark and light mode. And as well, once again, web. I feel like on the web this should be centered, the whole stuff in there. How do we go about that? We probably would have to do this in the surrounding courses page. So let's go back to that where we had our web layout. We have flex wrap, that's important, gap 4, padding 4. We already have on the scroll view web MX auto. So if we go into bigger sizes, MX auto works nice. We can see that this is now flex wrapped. However, here, this is not really perfect. Why is that the case? I wonder. We could also give every card a maximum width. Should we do MX auto here on this one? No, this is the view. I mean, that's the view that wraps the items. I mean, we can always try with like text center or anything fancy or justify center, but I feel like this won't do it. So my course card should probably also have a specific maximum width because this is a tiny bit ugly. I mean, I gotta live with it. By the way, where are we getting this percentage from? Okay, yeah, we just had to change that. So it's not a big deal. I think we can live with it. We could improve on that if we wanted to. So we could say something like web max width 300. That's probably a bit too, maybe 400. So then on the web, we would have equal cards with 400 width. I would still rather, yeah, that's a problem maybe of the scroll view here. I feel like at some point we should create a different courses page. This doesn't seem to be the perfect setup for the web. I wonder, can I use a div in here or would somebody get really mad at me? Apparently it even works. I didn't expect that, to be honest. The class name, I expected this to be a bit more challenging. The only problem is that it's now not doing this. I mean, this is anyway just for the web, so we could just remove it here now. It's just not using the flex layout right now correctly. So I will leave this open to you because we don't really want to debug this now for hours. But probably it would be better to just stay with the div here instead of the scroll view that we had before, simply because we have the switch for web here anywhere. And you could either just use web div p span elements in here or create another courses.web.tsx and have your own custom view for that page. Nonetheless, we are now able to get our courses. So from our homepage, we can browse the courses and we see the different information. And I want to just add one last thing to the course card, which is now making sure that this stuff down here is actually only displayed if the user actually has the course. Otherwise, this looks really ugly. So here we go. This is now the course library. And in the next step, we're going to implement the course overview page before we can then purchase them. Okay, so now it's time to actually implement the view of a single course, because right now we can only get to that overview. Also, that overview isn't really beautiful yet. I think we could do a bit better in terms of the layout. So let's find the right one. I think it's, which one does define this one? It should be the one next to our courses. So we don't even have an entry in here. Let's do this. I actually want to show the header, so I don't have to say this, but I want to set the header back title to something like back maybe. Really strange, huh? Okay, we got back up there. Then I want to set the title of that page. For the title, I want to use courses, so it looks more legit. And then I also would like to, well, I don't think we need to change anything, right? On the web, that should be already fine. Cool. Okay, good. This is the one page. Now, As we move deeper into the whole courses logic very soon, we need a way to have our specific draw layout. So on that courses page, we're going to have a draw layout. You can see this already as a little preview here in the repository. Let's quickly check it out. So we have the home page, we have the courses page. This is the page we want to do now. So right now what we want to do is this page where we have a big header. This should actually be like a bit of parallax scrolling. Then we can purchase this course and we have some information once again using a blocks renderer. But then we will later also have a, actually not only this one, a page where we have a draw menu. And that's going to be interesting because that requires its own layout. So let's already prepare for that by adding a new folder in here that I will call course. So in the course page, the index page will be related to the page we want to show next. So let's say page, and then we can go back to our card and finally update this one here. So in that card, we actually want to go to course/slug, and I eventually also want to include open lesson. So in case the user is like continuing a course, we might want to continue at this point to a specific lesson. But right now, this should just, oh, didn't I hit save before? Let's see. Do we still need that? Maybe we're gonna leave out open lesson for the moment and make it easier. So then it should go to course, but then would still catch, yeah, we need to add another entry in here. Let's do another folder. This one will have slug, so we will need that slug anyway later on, and therefore we're gonna place it like this already. That should, yes, it solves the issue here, and once we go there, we're here. We are on the course slug index, cool. Because then on the index page, we can actually access all the right information that we need. Probably we're gonna do this before I forget about it in my card. So let's do a little switch in here. If open lesson is set, I wanna use course/slug/open lesson. And otherwise, we're just gonna use course slug. So that will be helpful later. Okay, cool. Let's go back. So our course slug page here, which we see right here, should be displayed as a modal. So we're gonna have to do another stack entry. This one for course/slug/index, because I don't want to define this for the whole slug folder. I really want this only for that index file. For the options, what I want to set here is I want to set a presentation type of, let's actually say, how about the form sheet? So the form sheet is pretty cool. It's like the bottom sheet component and we can easily use this. Let's also set the header shown to false. So we're going to do our own little, you saw in the image, there's like a big image and then there will be something above it. Header, back visible. I think we don't even need that if we don't show the stuff, right? So if I go here, I go to courses. I don't know, I feel like I'm sometimes too fast. Okay, if I go here, it opens the page already, good. Because we don't have a header, we also don't really need a title or anything. So I can just continue with header left. And for the header left, we want to add a simple touchable opacity. On press, I want to call the Expo Router. So let's bring in the Expo Router here. Const router equals use router, and we can change this up here. Oh, we already got use router, nice. But I don't want to have a back button. I want to use ionicons and name something like close. And then for the touchable opacity, I actually want to give that one, and we're going to use dismiss here, by the way, because we're dismissing a modal. I want to give this a class name of padding2 and a background of white 25 opacity and rounded full. Because then we should have a nice, decent background. and a little icon on top of it. Oh, I just noticed we should probably show the header. We just need to make sure that this is transparent. So we're gonna set the title to an empty string and we're gonna make it transparent. Okay. So then we have that button up there. Don't mind the page. We're gonna get rid of that in a second. Regarding the form sheet presentation, you can now also bring in some other options like these. So gesture direction, vertical, animation, slide from bottom. You can say that the sheet grabber should be visible. So once you do it like this, we do a little refresh. We should be able to see it more in action. Actually, yeah, if we set it to false, it's fine. So should be pretty nice. Initial index, maybe, yeah. If we set the initial index to 0, we would start with, right, the card half open, and then we can completely open it. We're kind of still using it as a form card, so yeah, well, we're gonna see what we make out of it, but I just wanted to show you that the form sheet is pretty cool. Now you can also use this on Android at this point. It also automatically switches up there. You see this? This goes from dark. Wow, I didn't notice that one before. And by the way, on the web, if we go to a course, we have a pretty nice shareable URL. We just have course advanced yoga because we're using the slug that we set directly in Strapi. And so we have two nice, once again, distinct pages. Let's get some coffee in. If there's a dentist in my audience, I have this noise here. I don't know. My wife sometimes gets annoyed when we eat, but I don't know. It has been for years. It's not getting worse. It just sucks. Anyhow, coming back to the index page, the slug page. So we are now in course slug index. What are we going to do on that page? We want to render an image, and we also want to render a parallax header. Now, previously I just told AI to create that page with header scroll. That was pretty fun, but we're gonna try and go about it a bit slower. So let's start by getting our slug using use local search params. We can also specify the type here, which is a string. We then want some stuff from our use Strapi hook. So let's bring it in, use Strapi. And what we want at this point is we want to have the get course, we want to have the add user to course, and we want to check if a user has a certain course. That's what we want to do. Now, in terms of the UI stuff, we also want the width. I want to access it actually as window width, so we're not getting confused by anything. We don't really need the height, that's fine. We can just bring in use window dimensions here. Then we also want to check regarding our scroll position. We're going to use a shared value from React Native Reanimated, and we want to check if the user has the course. Now we can get started with 10 stack as always. So the data, we will directly map it to a different value, because if we just have a data variable, it kind of sucks. So we're going to say this is course from now on. I also want to destructure from the resulting object of use query is loading. And then we go about this. So use query 10 stack, and this should be query key course slug. So it is a dynamic constructed query key using our get course functionality. And this time we need a bit different syntax because we need to pass in the slug accordingly. I don't think that we need a use effect here, but we need a bit of setup for our what is this? Our scroll handling. So to achieve parallax scroll, we need to catch the scroll events and basically scroll the content a bit faster than the top image. Should we probably put the image on screen first or the scroll handler? I don't know. It doesn't really matter. Let's start here. I just make sure that you're not using animated from React Native. Just get animated here from Reanimated, because otherwise you're gonna get in hell, really. Animated scroll view. And within my animated scroll view, we're gonna have a view class name. This one will be relative. And the style here, so we're gonna use style, is gonna have a specific height, because this is required to make our animation work. Let's set up two values. So let's set up a header height of 200 and the header scale of 1.8. That should look usually fine. Now in here we can use our header height. And after the header height, I want to put an animated image. That's right. The source should be my course image. So this is a very strange URL. It should just be course image. Maybe we're going to have to do something about that again in a second. Class name, I want to set this as an absolute positioned item. It should use the full width and it should cover the space. My resize mode can be set to cover, that's fine. And let's see, I wonder if we log out my course here, if the URL is correct. Let's press J for our dev tools. And maybe at this point I can also show you, if you press Shift M here, we're able to use Open Dev Plugins React Query. If we do this, we get to this cool view here, and we should be able, once we navigate a bit around in our app, you see, we're able to see all the things that TenStack has cached in our application, including diving into the data and everything in there. This is pretty cool. This is an Expo Dev plugin. I really love this. It just works really great. It visualizes our data, and if you have problems with TenStack query, this is a super handy addition. Now, in the meantime, I also like to use the React Native Dev Tools. So here we go. This is my object, description, lessons, image. Okay, we notice the image URL is still relative. So we gotta get into get course. Okay, where's get course? This is get courses. I want to have get course. Right, and in here we're gonna do the same fun as before. You know how that works, huh? Nice, that's good. That's a lot better. I see now, yes, in the result, the image is patched and we should have the right URL. However, the image is not yet displayed. Well, we're not done with this. So let's set the class name here to flex1 and the container styling to flex. I think I previously had something like flex grow. I don't know if this will be required, but we're gonna see. Additionally, I want to give this a white background, so background white, and for dark mode, black background. We have our view, which uses the specific height. We have the image source using the URI, and now we also need some animated styling for that image and our scroll handler. Why is the image not displaying, by the way? Can I just set background to something like red here? Just for testing. Okay. Yes, we cover the space. The only what is the only problem? That's a good question. Is our image cached? I mean, the space is already pretty nice. It's only that the image is not yet rendered. Absolute position with full object cover, course dot image. That should usually be fine. I want to add a little check here before we get there, so an early return. So if we're loading, in that case, I just want to have a simple view with an activity indicator returned. So something like this, which positions our items. And if we don't get a course back, I would also like to return a view course not found. Otherwise, by the way, if we found the course, I want to check if the user has this course. So we can say user has course using the course dot, I think we're going to use document ID from Strapi. And I want to make sure that we use 2 strings so we don't get into any problems. Then we're going to have a result and we're going to set this. Yeah, it was already right. What you want to do. Keep going. Yes, we're just going to set it as the result. However, that's not yet solving the issue of our undisplayed image. Is it displayed on the web? That would be interesting to see. No, it's not yet. So it's not only about mobile. The image URL is Okay, the image URL is definitely working. So it's probably something about our animated scroll view and the actual view inside. Let's do this. So to implement our parallax scroll, we need a few things. We need, first of all, a scroll handler. This will be our scroll handler using the use animated scroll handler hook from React Native Reanimated. Please just add this. It's not that hard. Thanks. Okay, so on scroll, we're gonna set our shared value here, which is on the main thread, basically updating it. Okay. I don't even know if we still need this. I think there's maybe even an easier way, but we're gonna keep it like this for the moment. Then we need an animated image style. This could look like this. So we need the use animated style hook from React Native Reanimated. Use, now it messed up everything. Use animated, thank you. Okay, and we want to do two things. So we want to scale the image. This is also part of like stretching the image with the parallax header, and at the same time we want to scroll it. We want to translate the Y value. So in the end we return this object which combines transform with scale and translate, and we create them using the interpolation function here. So to both, we simply pass in as the first argument the current scroll value, which is our shared value. Then we define the range from which to which values this goes. So from minus header height through the 0 to a maximum of header height. And then at the third value, we map this to a different scale. So at maximum, we go to header scale, and otherwise, for those values, we can use 1 and 1. So if you look at this, we have the input, and we have the input range, and then we have the output range, okay? So an array of numbers specifying the output range of interpolation. And same here, so that means we can get to minus half the header height, or at maximum header height times 0.5 for the translation. So it scrolls a bit slower. Now we got this animated image style, and we can use this on our animated image component. So next to the class name, we can combine class name and styles, no problem. I'm gonna make this an array. And first of all, give it the image animated style. And then second, I wanna give this the height, header height, and the width, window width. Whew, now we finally see the image. So on the web, it fills out the screen, looks good so far. On native, I can scroll this. I can't really scroll on that page yet. It is anyway kind of challenging to do this in like a card overlay here. So we probably would have better done this in full screen stuff, but I still wanted to do it. So here we go. You will see it scrolls very, very soon. So now we want to do two more things, or actually three more things after the first view. So we're going to have the course info section, we're going to have a lesson section, and we're going to have a lesson list. These are the three blocks we want to implement on that page. For the lesson section, that's actually done pretty fast. Let's just throw in a little text here. Okay, that's all. For the lesson list, it's also quite easy because we will just iterate the data from our lessons array. So if you inspect the object here, or maybe even better here, we're gonna see that we have 5 lessons attached to this course. This information, once again, is coming from our Strapi backend. If you dive into the lessons, you're gonna see, for example, I don't know which course this is, Elevate Your Practice. Okay, Elevate Your Practice, this is a lesson. A lesson has a name, notes, it has a relation to a course, and it also has a lesson index. Okay, what is that? Okay, that means down here we can see we got the lesson index 1, lesson index 2. So just like this, we can iterate the lessons array on that page and create simple views for that. So this part shouldn't be really hard. It's just pretty much AI iteration and a bit of NativeWind to give that some styling. So hitting save. Not too bad, huh? It's getting better. It's getting somewhere. We don't really see the parallax stuff, but trust me, at some point that might happen. Okay, Now the last missing piece here is a view of our course info section. This one will actually span across the info section and this course content here. And that one should have class name flex1, padding X of 4, padding top 4 as well. It should also have a white background because otherwise we can't see that it's actually scrolling above the other view. Are we... we're not even using the scroll handler. That's why nothing happens. So we need to, of course, set the scroll event throttle here to something like 16. That will give us more events and make the animation more fluid. And then we, of course, have to set on scroll to the scroll handler. So now, here we go. Now we're talking, right? Now you can see that my content slowly scrolls above it. You can also see that this probably down here could require a white background as well. Yeah, better. Okay, so scrolling down is always a bit challenging here, but I think at some point we will be able to also trigger that parallax scale animation. Right now we only see this like background scrolling above that image, but that's also pretty fancy. Let's continue. So far we only have course content. Let's begin this info section by placing in our course title using a couple of NativeWind stylings, and it looks already pretty good. Now we're gonna have a pressable component here that's gonna allow us to purchase that course. On press, I want to call something like on start course, which we still need to define. So let's put that somewhere up here. Okay, const on start course, this will do something. Let's say it like this. Then we got the pressable, right? The pressable should also have a text element, of course. We're just gonna call it start course for the moment so we can get started styling it. Class name here is margin top 4, background blue, 500. Why didn't I use primary? I don't know. Rounded, LG, and maybe padding a Y of 3. And I want to put the items in the center. Good. Looks pretty good as a starting point. Text should be white, font semi-bold, should be enough, and text LG. Good, here we got our button. Now the interesting question is, how can we make this more dynamic? Because start course isn't always correct. The user might already have the course, or the user might have to purchase the course first. So therefore, let's do an if here. If the user already added this course to his or her library, in that case, I want to say continue course. If that is not the case, I want to first of all check if the course is a premium course. If that is the case, I want to render, I have the question mark. Right, if the course is premium, I want to say purchase course for, okay, we're going to use a fixed string. We're going to have to change that once we use RevenueCat. Otherwise, if it's a free course, users can simply say start course and then it will be added to their library. So this should be free start course. The other one up here shows a price because that actually is a premium course. Nice, I like that. Good. Additionally, we also want to render some more information. So the course once again has a description, and that is a rich text block from Strapi. So once again, we want to use our custom component. Now, how do we do this in the best possible way? The blocks renderer, you remember, that only works in a DOM component. So we can create our own simple wrapper around it. So let's create a rich text content TSX here component. This one will retrieve the block content, which is of the type block content from, I don't think that this was my type. Let's use this one. So blocks content and blocks renderer. And this block content is just without an array. Good. In this view, we'll simply have class name flex1. I don't think we need any kind of background color. and we will simply have my blocks renderer included and use for the content the block content. Most importantly, we want to set this to use DOM. Okay, so this is once again an Expo DOM component. And once we got that, we should be able to simply include that DOM component in our page. So let's go back to the index. And after the pressable, we're gonna do a little view here. We might have to do some like padding, margin stuff and positioning. So this is going to be my rich text content. As the block content, I pass in the description. And actually, the cool thing is on the web, that stuff just works. You see, it just works. It renders nicely my description. We have the course content down here. This is just the perfect, like on the web, it really just works. However, here, this is not yet perfect. I want to try a couple of things. I want to test this with a div actually, because here we really can like use any kind of HTML. So I will try this with a div, and additionally, this content will also now get, let's say we're gonna give this margin Y of 4. Why is there a red border around this? Now this is really interesting. I would like to set two things. First of all, I want to use my DOM match content and scroll enabled false again, which also means on the actual DOM component here, we also need to bring that in. So DOM question mark DOM props from Expo DOM. But that won't change a whole lot. We could probably test and do this. Let's see. Okay, that's better. Now we're kind of getting everything. That's actually pretty good. And by the way, notice this. Now that I got like cool scroll in here, this works actually pretty good. I didn't expect it to work that good. Okay. I think we got this. The only missing thing is we should also include our styling in here. What is that? That looked wild. Let's see it again. I hope it still works. Here we go. Can nicely scroll this. And we got that. Okay. So challenge solved. We got the rich content in here. We got the styling for that stuff. And we got our own course content. And we got even the parallax. Like, this is once again maybe my favorite view of the application. I don't know if it still gets better. It of course will, so keep watching for how many hours are still coming. But this might still be one of my favorite views of this application so far. I really like that one. Okay, now there's one more thing we might have to consider in the future. And that is that for web, this will work a bit differently, especially the on-start course might work differently and the whole RevenueCat implementation. So I wonder if at this point we should already kind of fork this. Let's do this because we're at a good stage. I will just copy this and call this index.web.tsx, because if we want to purchase the course on the web, we're going to actually use Strapi. And on our device here, we're going to use RevenueCat and the native mobile SDKs. So there will be a tiny difference between those two. Also, for the rich text content, we could make a difference here. But I think we actually don't really have to. What is this? Why is this? It should look like this. I don't know what this was. Probably the button up here, yeah. Just notice that it's wrong. But we can already do for the general index page the on-start course. So what do we want to do? If the user already has the course, we're going to push, or we're going to say replace actually, and we need the Expo router. So let's add const router equals use router from Expo router. And we're going to replace, and we're going to go to, that's going to be interesting. So our final URL should look like this. App authenticated course slug, and then we go to a certain overview page. I'm gonna add a to-do here because this would complain right now. We don't have that course player logic. Else, we are either purchasing the course. So if the course is premium, then we have to do a purchase. If the course is no premium, we can get the result here from that call. So const result equals add user to course. We're gonna use this function. We're gonna look into this in a second. And with the result, we will then go back to my content. So that is like the library of a user. Now what is add user or add user to course actually doing? Let's look into this. This creates a body with the course ID and the current clerk ID of that user. We then call the API endpoint add user course. If you check out your Strapi instance, you're gonna see that there's a collection type called user course. This is sort of a reference between a user. So you can have a course, a clerk ID, a finish percentage, and a next lesson index. And our application is making an add to this using post and the body, which then means the user will have an entry and we will be able to fetch the user courses based on this. I don't want to save this. Based on this relation table. It's like a relation between user and course, so we're not populating any of the other collections. I think this is a very clean example. Also, the same will happen under progress. So under progress, you can have a course, you can have a lesson and a clerk user ID, and then we can track the progress of a user in that table without doing anything beyond that. So that's pretty much also the cool thing about Strapi, that it's kind of like, from the outside, it looks like a CMS and a content management system, but you can also use it like a traditional database. In these collections, you can put in any data that you would otherwise put into Supabase, Neon, Firebase, whatever kind of solution you're using. And that's pretty nice. So we will see that in action soon. In fact, I think we could subscribe to the free one. Let's see. If course is not premium, otherwise we're gonna have that result and go to my course. Let's give this a try. I will try to subscribe to the free course. And I'm on my course and we don't see an entry here. I should have locked out the value. Did I lock that? On start, I should probably await this in the first place. That would make sense. And I want to open up the debugging view once again. I wonder, I mean, in theory, the user should have been added. Network request failed. Okay, yeah, let's do it again. So here we go with our debugging tools open. Let's go to browse courses, trying to start the free course. Did I click that? Am I actually making that request? Let's see. This is not the request. It's a question. Are we actually doing this? If the okay, we're in the wrong. No, if the user has the course, I'm gonna lock this out, but the user should not have that course in the beginning. Definitely a no-no. Let's see. That free one. Okay, so now we press start course, adding user to course. That's good. It's just not making the actual add user to course call, right? Let's lock the body. And then we have API add user course. Maybe, yes, I remember that I made a fancy change here. So what I did is, and maybe you noticed this before, we usually used fetch with the base URL, API home, but in this case, I didn't want to go straight to that course, to the API, because that would make it users kind of easy to like easy for technical users to target the API and just add courses for themselves without actually paying for them, for example. So what I did is I created an API route to make this a bit more secure. And let's do this together as well, because I think it's a fun experiment. We're just going to do this for one API call, but it could be a good example for many more that you could implement. So to create that API function, we can simply create a file with a plus API extension up here. I like to group that in an API folder. That just makes it a bit clearer in general what this file is about. So let's call this add user course plus api.ts. We need a token in here, and this is going to be our Strapi admin token. So until now, we're currently just using the general users and their tokens. And because we've set up some roles, or you've taken those roles from this public stuff, users can find one, find a course. They can't create or delete a course, for example, but they can find lessons or they can create and even delete progress. So you can make that a bit more secure with an API route as well. In our API route, we can now safely use an API token. So I can now create a new token. Let's call this Expo, token duration, unlimited. I will give this full access to everything. So this token can do everything. And then I want to grab my token and paste it into my environment file. Here we go. So important note, this one should not have Expo public in front of it, because otherwise it would get bundled into our app. So this is really a server-side token, Strapi admin token. With that change, I also need to update my app here. And we might want to check out the app.json quickly to see if our output is set to server. Okay, this is important under web. We want to have metro and server. Otherwise, I think our API route wouldn't be served correctly. Now, with that in place, let's go back to the route. This one is quite easy to implement. This is going to be an async function post. And what we want to do is we want to get the course ID and the clerk ID from our request object. We're already passing that in. Remember, here it is. And then we're going to get a response, making a fetch request to our Expo public Strapi API URL /API/user courses. That is once again simply the collection in Strapi. Then this should be, of course, a post. For headers, I want to include for authorization my Bira token, and I want to use body JSON stringify. This should actually look slightly different. So my body object should include data. This is required by Strapi. And now we can follow this up. So if the response is not okay, I would like to return some sort of failure. And if it is okay, I want to say const data equals await response JSON. And then we're going to return, I think we can just say return response.json with, I think we're going to call this one result. I think in result is another data object. I'm quite sure it should look like this. I'm not entirely sure, but I think. So this would be our API route. And this should now be called, again, from the Strapi provider. Fetch is using, during development, our local hosted API route. Once you go to production, you're going to have to set this up here as we did initially for Expo Router with the origin. But right now we don't need that. So let's see, how do we go about all of this? We got our app here, and maybe we're gonna check out our content manager, our user courses. User still doesn't have the course. Let's try again. All right, I swear I didn't change anything in my code. I just rebuilt, made the pre-build a couple of times again. I assume it was related to the changes in my app.json that I did here. I've now set it up with origin galaxies. This is usually not required. This is also just a fake entry when I have to set a real one later on, but maybe some sort of strange caching was going on. But now let's take a look at this. User course, empty. If I go into the free course and hit start course, I will be taken to my courses. And if we refresh our collection, we're gonna see we have the beginner course, we have the clerk ID, so that means we can easily make a connection. We can easily render that page and display like, all the courses that a user has access to and can continue later on. And this should of course also work on the web. So on the web, this would still work. By the way, as you see right now, it actually says continue course. So that would take us right into the course now that the user has access to this course. So our other logic for checking if a user has a certain course does work as well. Now, before we actually build our course UI with the video player and stuff, it is time to talk about purchasing courses. To purchase courses in our application, we will use RevenueCat, one of the sponsors of this video, but RevenueCat is honestly the way I use in all my applications as well. And we're gonna go through how we set this up both for native iOS, Android, as well as for web. I'm gonna show you an exact example for iOS. For Android, you can abstract this as well. And I just want to reference that we will not go through everything, but if you check out my 0 to Hero mission on galaxies.dev, you can find this here under missions. You're gonna see a complete guide to doing this. So that's perfect. I just want to show you this and it's not working at all. So here is the mission. If you're not part of this, you can sign up, and we have a complete section on creating iOS subscriptions, Android subscription, configuring RevenueCat products, displaying a play wall, and all of this in module 5 of 0 to Hero, which will go through all the detailed steps. So that's my reference, and we're gonna try and make it a bit shorter this time with RevenueCat. Now what you need to do is, first of all, you want to make a native build of your application at this point. For this, you can run EAS login. So let's run this EAS login. I should actually be already logged in. Didn't it say you're already logged in? So in that case, I don't want to continue. In that case, I want to run EAS init in my project. This should connect to my expo.dev project. I actually have an existing project, so I will reuse that information, and then we'll update my app.json at the bottom. So you should now also see an entry here. If you don't have an expo.dev project, you should create this right now. The CLI will guide you through how to do it. Once you got this, you can run the following command: EAS build with a specific platform, either iOS or Android, or you could just do EAS build, which would of course run and allow you to build for multiple platforms. Once you got this, you can, from your builds here, submit your application to iOS and the Android app stores. Keep in mind that at this point you need an iOS or Android developer account. They are paid, so you should end up eventually with an application in App Store Connect. I already got this application. I haven't configured anything else, but I added an in-app purchase in here. So I called mine Advanced Yoga Mastery. This is what you need to set up, and this is what I also do in detail in the course, but you can also see this in the RevenueCat documentation quite nicely how all of this works. This is ready to submit. I added a simple price. I added some text in here. I added a dummy screenshot down there, and that's pretty much it. The most important piece is that I have this product ID set up here, which we will bring into RevenueCat. Now in RevenueCat, I actually want to create a new project. So I did this before. I don't know if we can like do it again, or maybe we're gonna reuse this one. Maybe that's even easier. So in RevenueCat, under project, simply create your own project. And under app stores, you can add iOS, and you just need to fill out all that information, the bundle ID. And for all of these things, like the P8 key file from App Store Connect, there's a great guide. There's usually always a button to learn more, and RevenueCat has great pictures that will show you exactly how to generate all this information. App Store Connect API, which keys, where to place, really. It's like for dummies. You really can't go wrong with that setup. So here's my application. It looks like this, completely configured. Once you get this, you need to go to the product catalog. And by the way, you can also do the same for Android. It's pretty much the same. So if you say Google Play Store, you just need different things. And then once again, how do I create this? Just follow through all of this, and it's gonna be really, really easy to set up. What we then need are the API keys. So the API keys from RevenueCat should go straight to our env file. Let's bring it up. Where's my env file? here. So I have the public RevenueCat iOS key and the public revenue web key. That's something to talk about in the next section. And as well, you want to install the React Native purchases package and also the RevenueCat purchases JS. This is interesting because we're gonna also have a separate web view. So for mobile, you would only need this one, but for the web, we're gonna use this and we're gonna have two different views. So once you got this, once you've set up your env keys, you can run your application again. I assume that will take you probably half an hour at this point right now. So you should probably pause the video until you have your app built through Expo.dev, until you've configured your in-app purchase in either App Store Connect or the Google Play Store. And then in RevenueCat, the interesting part is how we map that information. So we have these products here. And my product is the Yoga $19 course Advanced. We can do this. We can actually import them by saying new, and we can choose an app and we can just press import products. That will automatically import your products from App Store Connect or other places, and it's gonna be really easy. And to the product, you will then attach an entitlement. That's pretty much saying like, this could also be like pro access. So you have different products and they all grant access to pro, like yearly, monthly, or quarterly, and the entitlement is pro. In our case, the entitlement is simply the identifier Advanced Yoga Mastery. Associated products are my one product I created here and the web one. Actually, I will detach the web one. I don't know if I want to do this. I will kill that one here. I feel like I will just remove this one. I will delete this app. So we can do this again in the follow-up section. Okay, so now my entitlement is only for native. We only have the Apple one, and we have one default offering that you should create that contains our standard package with only this product. Okay, pretty basic setup with one product. Now let's see how we can get that information into our application. We have installed the RevenueCat provider, the RevenueCat SDK. Our app is starting up, and it should work as always. I still don't see anything there, that's fine. What we want to do is we want to have a separate provider now. And I would recommend you go at this point to our repository. Where it is, here we go. So in the LMS repository, there's a provider for RevenueCat, and there's also one for the web later. I recommend you take that out. That's a pretty standard one. I will bring this into my providers as well. And let's go through what's going on here. Cannot find, that's strange. Okay, yeah. I also created a little d.ts file as an interface for the RevenueCat props, because that will make it a bit easier to use our different providers here and on the web. So otherwise, this would probably get us into some trouble. I don't want to, let's just get, you should be, yeah, no, you're fine. Okay, let's check out what's going on. We grab our API keys from the process env, nothing special. We create a little context, and then we have our provider, which keeps track with state of the packages. Remember, the packages we have is only the default package. I'm getting confused by these views. We only have this one offering, which has some packages. Now, after logging in, or after running this, I would also like to call purchases login. I haven't done this before, so I'm actually honestly curious if this works, because this should use my RevenueCat or my clerk ID, and we're gonna see in RevenueCat a connection then to the clerk user ID. I think that could be helpful for the future. I want to use the log level debug, and especially I then want to start by loading my offerings in the beginning. So this will get all of our offerings, and I want to extract the current offerings. So from there, we just grab this package, available packages, and we set this. So that means our provider now holds the information about the RevenueCat packages RevenueCat packages that we've configured, and we can simply purchase one of those. If we use the right types, you see purchase is just calling purchase package. It's really as easy as that. We also have a little restore permissions function, and that's pretty much all we need. Now we just need to bring this in the right place. And I feel like the right place is here. Because at this point, our user is authenticated, and I should be absolutely fine to wrap my RevenueCat provider around this slot. And at that point, the user should be able to be logged in. And oh, nice, we actually get the packages here. So let's launch the dev tools. Here they come. In the console, we see my offering. So available packages. And this is what you should hopefully see. There should be one package. This has a product, currency code, full access to the course. We see the identifier, we see a price and the price string and a title as well. So this is the information that we want to take to this page, or more specifically to this advanced page. So we can then render the correct price coming from our information from RevenueCat, and as well simply purchasing the package once the user presses the button. That's the rough idea. Also in RevenueCat, I wonder if we're now logged in already. I don't know. Could be the case, or could not be the case. We should probably, let's see. If I'm, no, we don't. I mean, we don't have a customer yet here, so the list is empty. We're gonna check that again once we did a purchase. So let's see. Which page was that? I can't remember. It was this one, right? Where we said purchase for something something. Okay, that is the course slug index page. At that point, we want to get our packages. Let's get them up here. We can call const packages and as well purchase package from our use RevenueCat provider or hook. Good. Now we need to find the right package. So this is interesting now. You have to make a connection between the course in Strapi. So I've set up this advanced course here, which is, this one is premium, and the RevenueCat ID. So this has to be your ID, then we can make a simple match. So therefore, after we get the data, we can simply call const product package. So the one we're looking for is packages, all packages find, and then finding the package with the product identifier equals to course.RevenueCat ID. Let's put this out as a log, and hopefully in my view, if I go there, it shows exactly this one package that we can purchase. So with that package, it becomes quite easy. If the course is premium, so right here, we can now just say const result equals await purchase package with the product package. We can then check if the result.product identifier is equal to my course.RevenueCat ID. So just a little check to make sure that we really purchase this one result. We're gonna once again add the user to the course. So just like we did before, but now it's kind of gated behind this paywall. Product package at this point is definitely set, as well as purchase package. Okay, and once we got the result here, I want to check. So if we get a result, we can say alert from React Native dot alert course purchased, and a description. You can now start the course, and then let's put in a button. So we can add a third argument as an array here with a button. Let's call this one start now. And this will either take us to my content or later to the actual, what we already got up here, the course player. I will comment this out. So right now it would just take us to my content. That actually looks pretty legit. Gonna remove a couple of locks here, and then we should just see to getting the right product price. So down here, we can make this a string literal. Let's see. And then we're not doing this, but we're doing product package dot product dot price string. So I mean, we had 19.99 before, so that's a bit cheating here. I should have used a different price before, but now this is certainly coming from our product. If I don't use the price string and just use like, I don't know, something else. We could also product, actually we product dot price string. Yeah, if we just use price or identifier, you would see that this is actually the information right here. And the price string is usually the formatted string for the current currency. Now, the problem here is that if I press this, I need to sign in, and testing on a device is kind of challenging. As well, at the same time, it's gonna be challenging for my iOS device to reach my local Strapi instance. But I'm pretty sure we can figure that out. So probably I will just use ngrok to set up a little tunnel. Not the coolest thing to do, but maybe for this use case it's okay. So let's see. I'm gonna use ngrok to localhost 81337, which gives me this URL, and I will then use this URL. I will use this URL as my env up here, or as my Strapi URL. And then I will kill this, and I will run this with -- device. So then my app will be deployed to your device. If you're using Android, of course, deploy it to an Android device. But simply keep in mind that if you have a local host here, you won't be able to access your Strapi instance. We could also use our cloud hosted instance at this point. That would make it easier. But I still want to try to work locally. So ngrok is an easy service. Simply install the CLI interface or use anything else to create a tunnel to your local host Strapi instance. And then once the app is on our device, we can test the purchase. All right, I'm almost an hour later back because I had to really deal with a lot of different things. Test users, recipe validation, everything was against me today. But the app is running on my device here, and I should be able to purchase this course now. Now I had to create a new sandbox user to try this. So in theory, if I press purchase, we should see a new entry for the user coming up here with a connection to the course. So the user has access to the premium course. As well, we should see an entry somewhere here, or we should find the user by the clerk ID that we used. So let's pray and hope it works. Purchase course. I will go through the sandbox purchasing dialog. And eventually it is successful. And in the app, you're all set, purchase was successful. Now, hopefully our React Native code also continues. Yeah, it continues. Some pop-ups are not shown if I do my broadcasting here, but that's not a big deal. We see it is added in here, and please let there be a new transaction in the customer list. Well, almost good. Let's see. I assume, so this is my user ID. If I look up and try to find that one, we should be able to get to a user. So here is my sandbox user profile. Germany, made a purchase, of course. Yoo-hoo! It it worked, finally. It just took me like 2 hours. You know, the problem is this was not on RevenueCat, this was actually on iOS. Testing iOS purchases is always like a really bad experience, and that's on Apple. Sometimes it fails, sometimes it works. I'm really happy it now finally worked, because now our user has purchased the course again. Apparently the UI is a bit messed up here, so it's not routing us correctly forward. But later we would now be able to render our 2 courses in here. And as well, we have the confirmation in here that the user with the ID got that. And we can even find that user with a clerk ID right here in RevenueCat, and under entitlements up here, we would see that the user has access to the Pro Yoga course. So with all of that in place, let's do the same fun for the web. After we had so much fun with the mobile version, let's also talk about web. Because right now, web actually won't work, because we've configured RevenueCat as one of our providers that's wrapped around our app, and so therefore, because it's using native SDKs, it won't work. Let's start actually by deleting once again our course in here. So the user does not have access to that course anymore, so we can purchase the course later again. And then we bring in the second version of the RevenueCat provider in our project. Once again, go to GitHub and get this. It is pretty much exactly the same, only this time we're gonna have references to web variables. Did I actually add that already? I can't honestly. Yeah, I need to refresh that anyway. And then we also got, can we do the same login stuff in here? Purchases.login. No, we can't, apparently. Are we already doing this with a configure block where we use the clerk user ID? That's even better. So we are loading also our offerings. We're putting them out. We can purchase a web package. It works a bit different with a JavaScript SDK. So we get a shared instance and then call purchase on that pack. And we pass in also an email address. But beyond that, it's pretty much the same. And since we created this interface, it's now quite easy to do this in our page. So we already, did we do this? Yeah, we did an index.web.tsx. We can probably copy this on start course logic in general. Do we have that in here? On start course, yeah, here we go. So for the web, we now need to change a few things. First of all, instead of just getting the packages, we now want to get the web packages and the purchase web package. Okay, let's see, let's bring in the provider. By the way, after changing this to include the new version of the RevenueCat provider, our app actually works again. But we're still we haven't even configured that correctly. So this is only the code side. We have the web packages in here. The logic to filter out that is once again the same, only this time we have web billing products and we try to find our course RevenueCat ID. So we need to make sure that we still use the same stuff. But then it is pretty much the same, only that we got purchase web package in this place. So purchase web package with the product. And then I just want to check if we got a result, and the result, so that is a bit longer. Let me just bring this in. If the result customer info entitlements active contains the product package web billing product title. So we're just making a little comparison. We also don't really have alert available on the web. So if we have something here, we could just go to that page, or for the moment, let's say router.replace with /mycontent. Okay, we don't have the the router here yet, so let's quickly add that. Probably forgot about that one. Use router from Expo Router, and then that page for the moment should be fine. But we need to configure our RevenueCat account. So this is interesting. If you go into your project, where is it? Into our LMS, we can now connect our Stripe account. So we want to add an app. I want to add web billing, And I can now select my Stripe account because I connected this through the account page I was previously on. So there's a little RevenueCat app that you install, and you sign in with it, and then you can select your Stripe account. So that means if you want to use web billing, you need a Stripe account. App information, app name shown in checkout. Let's call this Yoga Studio, and I will say Simon at galaxies.dev. You could also insert your Apple URL and stuff here, but we don't have to. So let's just hit save. Let's close this. And under app information, redemption links, that should all be fine. I just want my sandbox API key. So that one goes into my env, and then we have to restart this because otherwise it won't pick up the changes in our env. Okay, we got the sandbox API key. Now we also need a web product. So the pretty cool thing is we don't even have to do anything in Stripe at all. This will all just work. So let's see, let's try to create a new product or import ones. I will just do a new one. Now, the important part here is that we want to do the same identifier as we did before. So that one was, can we just look that up? Right, this identifier. This is the one I want to use. Let's call this Advanced Yoga Course. Pro access and display name, I don't know, will be shown in a RevenueCat dashboard here. Advanced yoga course. This is a non-consumable. The pricing will be $19.99 US. I want to make the same on the web, so let's just hit create product. This in theory, I actually don't know. This does not create a product in Stripe. So I'm just checking out my Stripe instance. This by default does not create a Stripe product, but we will see if we are able to check this out. So under entitlements, I now need to attach this as well. I'm gonna hit edit here. I'm gonna attach my web one. So users who purchase that also get the entitlement. And in the offering, I want to make sure that we also include my, okay, there's a typo, but that's not a big problem for today. So the web should have the same stuff now. Let's see, in our app, let's bring up the web browser, and we hopefully see no more problems, and even better, we see an offering. We see a web offering here, my friends. We see a web billing product that we just configured in RevenueCat. This is default options, where's like the meteor, current price $19.99, advanced yoga course, including the identifier. It has all the information that we need. It has just, be aware, a tiny bit different structure. So that's why we set up this custom RevenueCat provider for the web. And that's also why we have an index web version of that page, because the checkout here has some like little differences. I want to add a little result here, and then we can try this out. So again, user does not have the course. If, what is the actual page? Where is it? Here it is. If we now browse the courses, if we go to the premium course, and if we now try to purchase that course, we're taken to the mask, nice here, of our yoga studio. We have a secure checkout sandbox right now, so I think the testing card for Stripe is like this, just something in the future, and Germany. I will hit pay, and then we're gonna see what happens. I have no idea. Purchase successful. That is good. Can we confirm this? Yes, we can. Okay, so let me bring in, here is my Stripe dashboard from today. I'm here in my sandbox account, and we see a payment of 18 euros. This should be under transactions now listed as well. Succeeded today. Payment, whatever, more information. RevenueCat billing generated through RevenueCat product identifier. Nice, this really worked. Amazing. We got access to the course. Now, Finally, I hope. It was not added here. Oh yeah, I think I forgot that line. Oh no, oh no. We forgot the most, actually we got that line. We got the add user to course line on start course. Why did it not make the call to add the user to the course? That sucks. I don't know why. I was so happy about this that I also completely forgot about that. But I think it should work now, really. I don't see a reason why add user to course should fail on the web. So probably we should just check out the log here. Oh yeah, you have already purchased this product. This product is already set active for the user. Thanks for that. So in order to get this product removed from the customer, I would now have to update the customer. I'm a bit afraid to do that, but I will look into this. But overall, we've seen that we are now quite easily able to target both iOS. For Android, it's pretty much the same, just a copy of iOS, and even the web with our custom implementation of RevenueCat billing for the web. And then we haven't added the user to the course. That's just a minor thing that I probably messed up here in the code. So maybe my check was off or something in here was incorrect. But mostly, I'm really happy that our web purchase with Stripe was successful. Okay, so last update, there was a little mismatch. So I called the title here Advanced Yoga Course, and we have that check where we check if the entitlements active contains the web billing product.title. So that is a dangerous check for a title. We should probably use a better ID, but I couldn't find any better information in the web billing SDK yet. Keep in mind that this is also still beta, so it might change. But now if we go into all of this one last time, we should only have one course, that's correct. And we should see my web UI here. So let's try to purchase this with a magic number of all builders 4242. Oh no, let's use an expiration date in the future. Let's try to pay for this course. And then we should hopefully see that after a successful payment, we're also adding the user to the course. We're brought to my content, and eventually the course is added in here. So that is perfection in action. We can purchase this on a device, which we, by the way, now can't do anymore because the user can only continue that course as we have the information here stored in our Strapi backend. We can see the transactions in both the customer profile here, which is connected with a clerk ID, and as well in Stripe. So I hope this gave you an idea, even if you don't use the web billing SDK from RevenueCat yet, to check it out. I found this incredibly easy when I worked with it the first time. The problem we encountered with the titles here was just an issue of setting up the entitlement and product correctly. But once you get this, this works really, really great. And we can continue with the actual course player logic in our app. Alrighty then, let's continue with the My Courses page. So at this point, our users should have some courses. You can find them in Strapi. They should be connected here. They have either purchased them or added a free course. That means we now need to dive into our tabs My Content page. And we, first of all, on that page need to grab some user courses. And we can do this through the Strapi provider. So we can go ahead, const get user courses. I don't know why the code completion is still so off. This should be from use Strapi. Okay, and then we want, once again, to use 10-stack query to get our user courses. Doesn't really matter which kind of query key we use. And let's just put out a little log here. So then we should already be able to see that the user gets back with that call an array of 2 courses. Let's see. There's the course, there's an image, document, title. I think we got all the information we need. Now, why is this working? Let's quickly look into our API call. So get user courses here. We'll make a fetch call to API user courses. That's always the collection we got. But then we also apply a filter. So in our case, the filter we apply here, is for the clerk ID. So we're filtering by the clerk ID, and then we continue and populate the specific field because images or media files are usually not included. So we can be actually pretty direct about this. We don't call populate equals star, just like we did in the other places. You can actually say populate for the type course, populate the image. You can really nest these population queries as well, which is quite interesting. The rest here is still the same. We got the check for the process environment, and then it would return our user courses. Now on this page, I actually feel like we can borrow most of the code from this page here because it's somewhat similar. We just have to maybe apply a change here or there. And I also want to keep that button at some point. Okay, let's add a couple of imports here for all the things that are missing. Scroll views, platform, data should be, well, let's just call it data. That makes it a bit easier here. We can remove that log. Entering animation, we want to probably use animated from Reanimated. Okay, and then we also need our course card, to which we pass item.course, right? Just a tiny update here. All right, with that in place, I think we should see something on the screen. We don't. We're not seeing anything. Well. Let's see. That's better. Okay, cool. So we see my items, but I actually want to add a little fallback here. On the web, by the way, we also see my items and browse courses. I only want to show this browse courses if my data length is equal to 0. So in that case, I want to render something like you don't have any courses and our link from the bottom. So then we can simply remove this. So you can just cut this out and put it into a little if check here. I will also say something like, let's say for the web, I want to have maximum width of this. So if we go bigger, then everything would be centered. Okay, cool. Yeah, that still works. So again, it's similar to browse courses, but we're gonna change this slightly now. Maybe it doesn't really matter where we start. We're gonna have to change the course card in both places. For the animated flat list, maybe let's do this because this is mobile. I will add my padding X4 in here so it's not global. Okay, then we have render item. We have an animated view. We have our staggered delay. And then we have the course card. Now, the course card can take in some additional props here. And this is what we now want to send to that page so we can then dive into our actual course player. Because right now, it would just still open up this preview. But from this page, we actually want to dive into the course experience. Maybe we should create a quick file for that. So under course slug, I will also add a new folder lesson now. And in lesson, I will just put a new file, index.tsx. So let's call this page, this is like the lesson. That will probably get an ID and stuff. And then we're gonna also have an additional overview page of the course, which will be in like the course player. Okay, let's do this page, and this will be my overview. Thanks for not doing the code completion. And that lesson needs its own layout as well. And that will actually be the place in which we define our drawer navigation, our inside drawer navigation at some point. Right now, to make it easy, let's just return a slot so this works. So that's always like the first thing you can do to make it easy. But now we've actually set up the routes, and Expo Router won't complain if we use them. So let's see, the course card gets everything from item course, but it should also have the finished percentage, because at this point we know that our users have to some degree finished the course. We should probably once again do the little log here. So let's do log data. Okay, yeah, I messed it up here. This is not item progress. This is item finish percentage. Okay, so let's check it out. We got 2 courses here, and the user probably hasn't made any progress on them. However, there is the finish percentage as well as the next lesson index, which will be set when the user goes through the course. That means we can use the item finish percentage here. We can also for sure say that the user has this course, because otherwise, well, it wouldn't appear on this list, my courses here. And then we can also add open lesson. So open lesson, if set, would take the user directly to the last lesson. If the item finish percentage is already 100, that means the user has finished the course. So I will just manually set this to, I think we actually need to set this to overview. This is a bit ugly, but there's a little hack here as we go into like lesson. So the name for the lesson will be overview in that case. Let's scroll this a bit here. It's hard to show this. If we navigate there, the lesson name will be overview and the file name will be overview. If we go into an actual lesson, we would have like ID 1 and then nothing. So it would just straight go to the index file, which then renders the content of one lesson. But to specifically go to the overview, we have to say, okay, the fake lesson name is overview and the fake or the real file name then is overview. All right, let's see. But if it is not 100, in that case, we could just go to item.nextLessonIndex. And if item next lesson index is not set, I will just add a little fallback again to overview in that case as well. So here we go. Now we also always show our progress. I think on my courses, this makes sense. And we should be able to just entirely bring this block into the course card up here as well. So then our web view looks the same. Okay, so this would now go to course, beginner course, overview. That page apparently doesn't seem to exist. Yeah, now it actually exists. Okay, it's not perfect. Maybe we could just, yeah, but if we use index and then, yeah, we could probably restructure this, but I think it should work fine for the moment. I don't want to care too much about the URL. So my courses, free course, takes us to the overview page. That's already good, but on that page now, I want to actually see my draw. So let's already get started with that. And let's also fix all the places where we try to navigate into this. So I think on the slug index and index web page, we had some to-dos left. So where we started the course, we previously said like, okay, just go to my content. We can now change this. We can now actually go to app authenticated course slug overview slash overview. Yep, that should take us to the right place. Well, what is missing here? Expression expected. What kind of expression do you expect here? On press, I want to call router replace. Okay, yeah. You should end it here. And the same for this one, right? We can now, if the user has the course, we can just go straight there. We can test this actually. This is if we browse courses and the user already has a course. Thanks for not showing up. Hello. Did I mess up something? If we browse courses and the user has this course, continue course now should us take right into course slug lesson overview page. Perfect. Yep. That's exactly what I wanted to see. And let's do the same on web. So update my code here, replace the previous one. Down here, what is this? If the user does not have the course and it is not premium, we're adding the course. I don't know. Yeah, I feel like going to my content in that case is actually okay. So now as well on the web, if I browse courses, I continue this, I will be on the overview page. Good. The routing here seems to be correct. Now we can take a look at this beautiful new layout. So on this layout, I want to add a draw navigation. I actually don't know if we have the dependency installed. We haven't, so let's add this. We need the React Navigation draw. So bun install add React Navigation draw. Did I include this somewhere? No, I probably, oh yeah, I did. I did at some point in my document here. But let's see if we can directly use this or need to restart. I worry that we might have to restart at some point. But anyway, let's get started. Const layout. We will return the draw here. So draw. Okay, we can actually use the draw from Expo Router. Perfect code completion today. With two, oh yeah, it's Expo Router has a specific draw package now, but we still need the reference to React Navigation as far as I know. Yep, React Navigation couldn't be found, so that means we definitely need to do a new pre-build of our application, or at least restart our live reload. But we can do some coding in here already. We will have a little check in here if our application runs on a native platform or on the web, because on the web I actually want to have my draw open all the time. So think about any kind of LMS and course player. You usually have like the course stuff here, and then you have the video here in the center and some text below it. This is what I want to see on the web. On mobile, we don't have as much space available. So on mobile, we're going to do it slightly different. But oh, planning build, you're really fast today again. Plan as you want. I will kill it and restart it. Every day it's a new challenge in React Native land. It's hard, but maybe this one's on iOS. So as I said, I want to get the window dimensions using use window dimensions, and then we can later update this on our draw. We can already apply some changes to our overview page as well. Let's call this one course overview, and probably assign a little draw icon. So that should be quite easy. For the draw icon, you get access to color, you get access to size, so we can use this to actually display a good looking icon. I think I want to use Ionicons this time. So let's use Ionicons book outline. And we can just pass in the color and size here. I don't really have a page called lesson, right? That page is actually called index. And we're gonna do something about that very soon. Now, hopefully my app is once again coming up and the draw now works. So it's starting. Let's go to my courses and let's go here. And we see, yes, we have our inside draw navigation. That looks good. The only thing that's incorrect is that our draw shows the header. So we need to find the right layout file. I think it's this one up here. When we have course slug index set up, let's set up a new stack screen for course slug lesson, and I want to set the header shown to false. That should hide it. Nice. All right, we got the course overview. I got the lesson. We're gonna make this dynamic later, so we display the lesson content. Probably gonna do this in our next part. For the moment, let's just see if we can. Well, we could do this later as well. I think for the moment, I'm happy with this because we come from my content. We've fixed all the links into a course and how we jump into it, and we get the first part of the draw experience. So in the next step, let's figure out how we make the draw more dynamic. So now that we got the draw in place, let's figure out how we can make this more dynamic based on the actual content of the course. And for that, we need to dive a bit into the draw and create our own custom draw content. We can do this, just create a function custom draw content. This will get some props. I will actually call this any for the moment. And then we got this. And this will basically return something like this. This could return the default content as far as I know. So we got the draw content scroll view, we got the draw item list. I think we don't need draw content. And we could just directly pass this to our draw component using screen options and then setting the draw content to our custom. No, this is actually incorrect. It shouldn't be in screen options. This should be just up here. Draw content equals custom draw content. If I do it like this, nothing in my app should change, hopefully. And we should still see the same picture if I go into my course. Okay, so we're still doing this, but we're rendering it differently. And this gives us the chance to include our own stuff. So for example, I could now include an additional touchable opacity here, which we'll call Expo Router. So I can say const router equals use router. Thank you, from Expo Router. And then my touchable opacity will call onPress router dot replace, and I will just go back to my content. The touchable opacity itself should get a little icon and some text here. Okay, rendered more hooks then. Yeah, well, and just reload this. It's a bit tricky sometimes to work with that part. Okay, back to my content, and it takes me already back. So it's not beautiful yet, but our logic works and we can navigate around. It's pretty cool actually. So back to my content should of course be styled slightly different. So let's add a class name here as well. We should give this flex row. I want to have the items in the center, some gap, some padding, and I will also add some padding top to make this look a bit different. Okay, cool. This is already pretty cool. You can also do any kind of fancy thing, like you can just bring in a little additional view here. Let's just add a view, for example. Come on, just reload. And then we should see our nice footer view in that course. And it renders our footer. We could probably put it to the bottom, but usually we're gonna see that this should work. Let's actually put a view around this with class name flex1. So in that case, it should span accordingly, and I want to make sure we are respecting the safe areas in the Y case. Okay, yep, that's good. That's good. Now the only thing missing here is actually our data, and we also need to fix this a tiny bit for the web, because you see on the web we still got this ugly view. So this is where our dimensions come in. My dimensions can now be used, or our dimensions can be used for the screen options. I don't want to disable the header globally. I want to check if the platform OS is web. In that case, I want to hide it, so false, and otherwise I want to show it. So that means mobile, we do have a header, web, we don't have a header. Still, on the web, I somehow need to show the lessons and the actual player. And you can do this by setting the draw type. And we can set the draw type based on our dimensions. So if my width is above a certain breakpoint, I want to set this to permanent. That is what you want if you want to always display the draw. Otherwise, the default, I think, is front. With that change, on the web, it now looks like this. It actually goes away. So probably we should also do this check here. I mean, then it's like smaller and then it comes back. At least it works. It's not beautiful. You could probably tweak this. But that should overall work pretty nicely. Yes. Good. Additionally, let's set my draw active tint color. Just a minor thing to use our own color. Now, one more thing. I don't really want this lesson page. I want to render all the lessons we have dynamically in here. But I don't really want this generic thing to appear. So therefore, just like you can do with any page, you can usually set like in a tab bar the href to null in the options. In here, what you can do is you can set the draw item style to an object which uses display none. Okay, display none. As we do this, it's removed in here and we only see our overview. And with that in place, we can now go completely to our custom draw content and implement our experience here. So we can now grab our function that we need. So that should be get lessons for course using use Strapi. And then we can also grab the current slug. Actually, yes, that should work. Use local search params from Expo Router. I don't know why it's always messing this up. And then we call get lessons for course slug as string and put out a little log here. Now let's maybe just do it in here. That should give us already enough debugging information. So we see, here we go, 5 lessons, the name, the lesson index, everything included that we need to create our menu. And just like we did before on the, why did we do this before? I don't know, in some place probably. Just an early return. If we don't have any lesson, we could just say loading, or we could just display an activity indicator. It doesn't matter too much. Just a little addition. Why is it sometimes not showing my lists here? I wonder. I really wonder. We could implement like a pull to refresh there and then do a refetch on our 10-stack query data. I just feel like that's overkill. I don't know. Let's finish up our view here first. Okay, so at the top, I would also like to include a little image. I don't want to use this specifically from one of the lessons. I actually want to include an image that's part of my project. So you probably downloaded the assets already. And now we can set this simply using require assets images. I think there's one called yoga PNG. Could not be found. That's probably because I haven't added my assets as well. So under images, I will add the image yoga PNG. Here we go. And then it comes up nicely. Only thing is that this is not styled correctly. So I don't know, for image, the NativeWind stuff didn't work too well for me. So I will fall back to style sheet here. I want to contain this. No, this is not how you spell contain, my friends. This is contain. And then I will, Jesus, what is this? Style will be set to width of 200, height of 100. Okay, and I want to align this correctly, so it should align self in the center. Okay, now our draw menu gets a lot better. We probably don't even need like the PT12 up here. Oh, that was for that one down there. Okay, yeah, well, okay, let's go with this. So we still keep the draw item list. This pretty much takes like the default screens defined here for the draw, and then we can extend this with our own stuff. So in my case, I will now say text, here comes the lessons. This should actually be a bit more text, like 2XL, font bold. I don't want to center this. This actually looks ugly. Just padding 4. So now comes the list of lessons. For that, you can just iterate my lessons. Should we use a different list? No, we're already kind of in a scroll view, and I don't think this should be a problem in terms of like performance. So this now goes not to my content, of course. This should go to /courses /slug/lesson index. Lesson.lesson index. Why are we not getting, because we said any. This is definitely not of the type any. Lesson should have lesson index. Yeah, if we use the right types, that's better. The lesson has a title as well. Property lesson, is that the case? I think we just locked it out and, oh, it's probably the name. All right. I want to go to push this route on press, but it should be correct. So like it should be, oh, it's actually course. Ah, da 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 da. All right, each child in a list should have a separate key. Yes, we can manage that. We also see that this is just a list of touchable opacities, but what you can do to make this even better is you can actually make this a draw item. So then it fits more natively into our styling here. That also means we don't need a label and we need something else. So we can't use class name in that case. If we change this to a draw item, we're gonna use the label and set this to lesson name. We're gonna set the key, so we're not getting any complaints about the lesson index anymore. We have our on press, and we can also now supply an icon if we want to. Okay, this is always getting messed up if I have an issue and then try to reload. Interesting. Okay. So now all of these things look more like icons. I can click them and I'm on a specific lesson. We can even confirm that we're on the right lesson if we go into the lesson index file and now get both the slug and the lesson. So let's see, text lesson. Let's also do one for slug so we know really lesson 2 slug beginner course. If I go here, lesson 3, if I go somewhere else, lesson 7, and same for the web. I can just nicely navigate around. We have now a clear URL up here. I think I like that one. All right, that's actually good progress. Now, we're not yet done with this. I want to make sure that once we're on a lesson, we can actually show this correctly. This is a bit more challenging. The main problem here is that we need to figure out if the current lesson path is active. And therefore, we're gonna use different brackets here, as curly brackets actually now, to return something. Okay, so I can do some coding in here and then return that as an object. So now I can say const is active and we do a little check. If the path name, and we just noticed that we probably don't have the path name yet, const path name equals use path name from Expo Router. If the path name, nah, not really like that. I want to make a more specific check. If the path name is equal to course/slug/lesson index. If that is the case, we can use this here for the focus value. So now, yeah, we can't reach anything. We're so good. Let's go there. Da-dum, da-dum. Okay, going here, it's active. Going to the second, it's active. You see as well here. We can now mark the active item based on the focused state. And finally, I would also like to add a little icon. So let's do this in the last place. Just pass icon in there. And then we can destructure, we can get color, we can get size. And then I want to render, actually I want to check if the lesson is complete. So we can make this even more distinct. If the lesson is complete, I will use something from ntypo. So they are also pretty cool. From ntypo, we can use check, okay, check or circle. Circle and lesson is completed, doesn't exist. Yeah, that should be completed. So now we got this. All of those lessons are not yet finished. We're gonna have to talk about that in a second. But for the moment, we got our navigation. I can go back to my content. I can go to a different course. The only thing missing is our course overview page and the actual index page of a course. So let's do that now. Now we want to wrap up our drawer or player experience. And first of all, I recommend you install 2 packages. The first one is the Expo Video package. This is the successor to Expo AV. So Expo AV was audio video. Now they're separate packages, Expo Video and Expo Audio. Additionally, I wanted to add this little fast confetti library, which I think is quite fun to do. To integrate. So this is the one. It gives you a nice little confetti effect that we can play when the user is done with a course or a lesson. Actually, it should work on the web as well. I don't know how it works on the web, by the way. Well, we're gonna see. I don't know. How is it possible on the web? I think before it always crashed for me on the web. We're gonna see. This is going to be interesting. Additionally, we need to store some user progress in our table here, but we will get to all of that. So install the packages, do a new run of your application, because this should install Skia in the background and other things. And then we can dive into the overview and the index. Now, the overview page is interesting because it's actually mostly what we see in the index page of a course in general. I feel like we could probably take all of this and just rip out the parts that we don't need. I will actually do this because we don't have anything on the overview page yet anyway. What I don't need on this page is the whole purchasing logic. So we can get rid of the package. We might be able to get rid of this, so I don't need product package. I still want to keep all the logic related to our Parallax header scrolling. If we're loading, we're gonna have an activity indicator. If we don't have a course, we have course not found. I don't need to set whether the user has a course, and I also don't need this whole functionality for starting a course. Now, I want to keep my animated scroll view down here. That's fine. And then down here for the course info section, I certainly don't need a button to start the course right here. I want to keep my rich text block with my DOM component to display the course description. I don't need a list of lessons because that's in the sidebar anyway. Okay, and I finally... What did I just remove? Oh yeah, that was the course content, and this is the lesson list that I want to remove. Okay, let's hit save. That's already a good and decent start to our page. Additionally, let's include one more touchable opacity down here. So if the user is done reading through all of that stuff, I would still love to display a little button to start the course. Now, this one is very tucked. I mean, it's actually okay. How does it look on the web? Let's see. Okay, on the web we got the course, we got the Parallax stuff, and I got it down here. I think I'm actually pretty fine with that view. Nice. This works even better on the than on the previous page. You notice it was kind of hard to have the Parallax work inside a card where you can already scroll. So in here, this works even better. Nice, I love it. I just don't love that we see the scroll bars. So on this one, I definitely want to set shows horizontal or shows vertical scroll indicator false. Yeah, I don't need that. By the way, we don't really need that on the other page, do we? I think we should probably integrate that here as well. It looks kind of ugly. Okay, no more scroll stuff. We once again, and we by the way just did this really casually. We just dropped in our rich text content block, which uses the Strapi blocks renderer in the background, which is just HTML and JavaScript. And we just dropped this casually here in our page. Yeah, easy, go ahead. So this just feels so good that you can just naturally use this on a page. Cool, I don't wanna say too much more. Yeah, we can remove everything that we're not using in here. I will just leave it in probably for the moment. So let's just keep it. I wonder, I'm using router down here. How am I using the router? This is not going to work, my friend. We should have a use router in here, don't we? At least that was always my understanding, that we should have it like that. I do have it in another page as well. Does it work to just bring in the router with import router? That is new to me, I don't know. I would always do it like this. Interesting, maybe it's gonna work different in the future. So let's see, if I now start the course, what this does is it will actually take me to the first, to course slug and then lesson index numero 1. Okay, lesson 1, slug beginner course. So here we are on the lesson page. What do we need? We already have the slug and the lesson. I will actually remap this to lesson index because lesson will be more of our content. Then we need functionality from the Strapi provider. We need get lesson for course. We need mark lesson as completed. And we also need all those fancy imports. I also want to have the full get lessons for course. So what are those functions doing? Let's quickly check them out. Get lesson for course, pretty easy. We're making a call to our lessons collection. We filter by the course slug being equal to the slug, and as well by lesson index being equal to lesson index, and we populate that whole thing. So you can chain, you can combine all of that, should give us a nice result. Maybe the video URL isn't correct, maybe. We're gonna put a little lock here and then I'm gonna figure that out. Then with 10 stack, we can get the lesson, and I wanna add is loading here, which is going to be remapped to lesson loading because we have multiple loading states. Query key is I wanna load lesson slug lesson index, so this is where it's cached. And then for get lesson for course, we need slug. I don't think we need a string. Or maybe we do. We could type this up here. So you can add a type up there saying slug is a string and lesson is a string. But lesson index should actually use parse int because that is expected as a number. Good. So now we have the data. If I don't have a lesson, I want to return early with, actually not with an activity indicator. If I don't, okay, yeah, maybe, maybe not. Let's do it like this. Additionally, I want all lessons. I want to say const data lessons. That's going to be a separate use query call to get all lessons, because then we can show at the bottom whether this lesson has a next lesson. So we can say go to next lesson and we can mark the progress, or we can show our animation. Cool. This can actually be checked now. At this point, we should have all the data. So we should have my lessons list, and we should also have the actual, like the one lesson. Let's save this and let's open up my debugging tools. Okay, let's go to the course. We could actually, I mean, we could just do this in the browser. That would be fun as well, but let's try it here. So we go to my courses. I go to the free course. I go to the first lesson and thank you. Okay, let's see again. I don't really want the warnings. Can I just like hide the warnings? I could probably, but okay, better, so much better. So this is the actual lesson. The video, okay, we still need to patch the URL, and this is the list of lessons. Good. That means we have all information at our hands. We just need to, once again, patch that URL. So we're gonna check const is development, like make the whole fun again, and then set it is development, set it to the base URL, right. If I now check it out, it should be, yes, the correct URL. Again, I think in production this always returns the right URL, so then we won't need this, and therefore we only have this check for is development. Okay, let's continue. So we can now check if this has a next lesson, by saying lessons, let's say integrate this, lessons find. And then we have the lesson, and we're going to check lesson index equals to parse in lesson index +1. So if there's an existing lesson index +1, this has a next lesson. Now we also need a course player, and this is now for our video. So let's add this up here. We can add a player using use video player. This is now directly from the new Expo video player. So therefore, most likely all API stuff will fail because it's just so new. So from Expo Video, you can bring in use video player and the actual video view. If you check out the documentation, do I have that somewhere? Right here. So we've installed this package already. You can configure this in your app.json actually. Maybe that makes sense. So this should support picture-in-picture stuff. That's pretty cool. So let's go to our app.json, and where we have Expo Video, we're gonna replace this with supports background playback, and supports picture-in-picture. This would require a complete pre-build, and as far as I know, my iOS simulator doesn't support picture-in-picture anyway, so I'm just gonna stick to this. Then, once again, you can use the Use Video Player hook. You can directly put in a video source, and then you get back a player, which you can control. You can also control some events. We're gonna do all of that now as well. So, at this point, when we initialize the Use Video Player hook, I don't have the video actually. We're only getting this here with the lesson. So I will initially set this to null. I will also bring in the router because I still believe that the use router hook is there for a reason. I might be wrong with that, but I still think so. And I also want to bring in the query client for a reason. So this is directly interacting with 10-state query, as I want to later invalidate some of the queries. So when I mark a lesson as complete, I want to make sure that we reload this here so it shows the check mark. Otherwise, it wouldn't update that menu, and then it's kind of ugly. And finally, while we are up here, let's already add our confetti ref. That's going to be when we're finished using use ref with confetti. I think it's called methods. Where do we get this from? That's a good question. From React Native Fast Confetti. And we still need use ref, which you can bring in from React. Good. All right. Now let's scroll a bit down. At this point here, we have the lesson. So where we have next lesson, we should also have our own lesson. So at this point, I can say player replace, and I want to replace this with my own video source. So I can say use lesson.video now. Then we need two functions. One is called onHandleComplete lesson. Okay, this is going to be an async lesson. I actually don't know what's been going. We'll go on in there. And we need a second one, which is called onEndCourse. All right. For the moment, we can just keep it like this is. To catch our player event, we now need to add an event listener as well. So maybe we can actually update this up here. It doesn't really matter. So there's a hook called use event listener from Expo. Okay, this is really straight from the Expo package. Maybe it changes in the future. I don't know. But for the moment, we can use it like it is. We can listen to all player events and or the events from that, and then we get a list of different events. So muted change, play to end, playback rate change. You can do whatever you want. I want to use play to end, and whenever play to end is called, I want to call onHandleComplete lesson. Can I just like do it somehow like this? I don't know exactly if this is the right way, to be honest. Let's do a little login here, play to end. Okay, but we're not really playing it yet, so we should probably take care of that. Let's now talk about the view. I will go ahead with a video view and assign the player to it. That should actually, or eventually, render our view. However, we need to set some props. I want to allow full screen. I want to allow picture-in-picture. I want to have content fit of contain. And I finally need some styling here. So this one will have a width of 100%. I want to use the full width available. And I want to set the height to different values actually. I want to have this like little player. So I want to check if we're on the web. So if platform OS is equal to web. On the web, I want to have it like 40% of the page, not 49ers, 40, and otherwise on mobile it should be like more like 30%. So that gives us a nice view here and as well here. I can play this, the usual clip, and let's see if this comes, oops, that was not my intention. If this goes to the end, we don't see the on-end log. Okay, play to end. So probably calling my function here was not correct yet. Maybe it's like this. Yeah, I think in that case, let's refresh that page. Okay, we're playing. Let's finish it. Yeah, and then play to end is triggered. So that means we can automatically, when something is finished playing, call a function and execute something, which is really handy. So kudos once again to the creators who made that new Expo video package. It is really, really great and helpful. So we got the video player. Let's also update our stack title. That's always a good idea. So stack screen, come on, just close it. Set the title to lesson.title. So once we're on a lesson, this is actually still lesson.name, and otherwise I will just use an empty string. So now we got introduction to yoga, breath and awareness. I can play this, I can make this full screen. I can also use picture in picture on native devices. Now that is our basic view. Additionally, once again, we're gonna render the content, which is rich text content. So I will wrap this with class name, flex1, padding of 4. And I will actually give this like a minimum height maybe. I think that might be required. Let's see, rich text content. This is my block content being lesson content, lesson actually dot notes. So now, right. Yeah, we're rendering this. That should be enough. That's good. Okay, now on top of that, we need the check if this has a next lesson. So if this has a next lesson, I want to render a button at the bottom, of which, of course, everything is still missing. So I shouldn't have pressed save here, because now, yeah, I noticed the pattern here. Okay, let's see. All right, let's go to a lesson, and it renders nicely at the bottom. Honestly, I think that font could be, I mean, it's font medium. Let's just call this or update this complete and next lesson. Complete and next lesson. By the way, you're probably not seeing this, so I'm changing this as we work on the bottom part here. Let's switch this over. So now we got the button down there. I want to copy this and say if it doesn't have a next lesson, in that case, the text should be complete course. And the function we call should be, oh, there's actually nothing in here yet. So on press, this should be on end course. And this should be, come on, you can do this. On press should be, guess what? On handle complete lesson. Okay, that looks good to me so far. So here we go. This is our first test. Oh, I think we haven't implemented the functionality, but just want to show you we don't have any progress in here yet and nothing is marked as finished. Now the interesting part begins in how we handle this. So if a lesson is played completely to the end, or because we called this, I want to calculate the progress of the course. So the progress of the course is simply my lesson index divided by the length of this course times 100. Then I can call my mark lesson as completed, which will go into the Strapi provider once again. And for a specific lesson ID, course ID, and our project progress, call API progresses, so the plural of our collection, and send in the data. Usually you're gonna see that you have to wrap your data with data. Oh, I didn't want to do that, to make that work. What this function does, this will also update the user course with progress and lesson index. So I will also get all the user courses now in here, find the one course that we want to update and update that course progress, which is the next function, which simply says, okay, this course now has a finished percentage and next lesson index is whatever. So that means we should see an entry here in progress, and under user courses, we should also see that finished percentage and next lesson index changes. Okay, that's the general idea. This also means I want to invalidate some queries. So whatever is cached for user courses shouldn't be cached because then we can go back in our app and should see the new progress of a course on those course cards. All right, that was a lot of talking about what's going on. So let's implement this. Maybe we can take some more space because we're not into the UI at this point. Mark lesson as complete. Lesson.documentID, don't use ID. Then let's not use the slug here. Let's use lesson.course.documentID. Then we have the progress, and then we have lesson index +1. Now, after this is done, I just want to make sure that we also invalidate the queries from here. So I want to invalidate this for user courses, and I want to invalidate this for lessons slug. And finally, I want to go, of course, to our next lesson. So course slug parse in lesson index +1. Whew, there's a lot going on. Let's see. So I'm here in introduction to yoga. I go to the next one. Okay, I'm on the next one. I can see the check mark. That looks good. Now let's look into this. Progress. Okay, one progress is created for the lesson, for the course, and that user ID. And the user course, which one was that? Beginners Yoga, right. Beginners Yoga should now also have a finish percentage of 10 and a next, nice, exactly what I wanted to see. So it was definitely updated, and we can confirm this by either checking out the web if we are fancy. So under my courses, I now see that the beginner's yoga flow actually has 10% finished, and jumping into this will take me right to the second lesson. So our logic works without any problems, and it should also work, of course, here. So once I go out of this, it should take me to breath and awareness. Okay, that query here is actually not updated as far as I can see, although it should be. Why is that the case? My content. Oh, it uses user courses here. We should cache that under user courses. 10%, clicking this takes me to breath and awareness. I'm in the second lesson. Great. Now there's only one thing missing, and that is if I'm at the end of a course, I want to trigger my confetti. So I will include this here now. We could probably include this in general for the moment and just try triggering it. The reference is set on end course. I want to call confetti rev restart. So let's go to the last lesson in that list. Okay, here I could just say complete. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. You can, by the way, change this slightly. So you can set autoplay to false. You can change the fall duration, the vertical spacing, like any fancy stuff. I don't know why. On the web, it should work as well, but I get a problem with cannot read properties reading picture recorder. The library in general said it should work on the web. I mean, Fast Confetti did show that it works on the web. So there's like a video here of doing this on the web. I don't know what I have to do. Yeah, I do have this. Probably it's an issue of Reanimated or something. It's really hard to say. Confetti, PyConfetti, methods, restart. Probably there is something I need to do about Skia to make that work correctly on the web. Or is there an issue open here? No, then it's probably just on me. So in that case, I will just wrap it up here with platform.os unequal to web. In that case, we can do the cool confetti animation. Otherwise, we won't do it. But what we want to do is, I don't want to play this automatically now all the time. Let's see. If I go here, if I go to the, oh, it updates on the web. If I go here, it shouldn't do, right. It only triggers now if I press complete. Good. Then it triggers our confetti. And at that point, I also want to mark the final lesson as completed. Did we actually do this? Yeah, we did it up here as well. So once again, doing it, lesson document ID, lesson course document ID, this time progress setting to 100. Additionally, let's also update the query client in case something goes wrong for the lessons. And I want to watch out. I want to go back to my content, but I will do this after the confetti animation is done. So let's set this to like 4 seconds, and then we're going to replace this and go back to my content. Let's do a quick refresh and see if I now do this. We could probably also check this, like if this is web, then we do 0 seconds because we don't have the animation, but maybe one of you is able to figure out the confetti for the web. Okay, course, you can just do like progress all the time. You can complete lessons, they will be marked. And if we complete the course, we see, we did it, confetti. And then at 4 seconds, we're back here. Nice, yoga perfection, namaste. I think that's it for the course player and the whole course logic of browsing courses, purchasing, playing them, and tracking progress. We actually covered a lot until here, but there are 3 pretty cool things on top of that I still want to show you. So I think you should definitely keep watching because those will take you now from your local app to an actual app that you can build and submit. Right now, our profile page is pretty boring, so let's generate some content for that page, and we can actually use AI for most of that, so that should be a quite easy and fast task. I will kind of keep the sign out stuff, but now I also want to get access from the user using the use user hook from Expo, from Clerk. And we also want to get the user courses using use Strapi, so we can get or show some nice data in here. Additionally, I want to get user completed lessons, which is pretty easy. So let's check out the implementation here. Get user completed lessons. This will just make a call to progresses and filter by the clerk ID and populate the lesson field. So then we pretty much get all the lessons of a user that the user has taken. We can then get data. So let's get the user courses, and let's also get the, let's call these completed lessons using 2 10-stack query hooks. Now for that profile, I actually just called AI. This is usually a case where I say something like, create a profile view with a modern design using NativeWind and our data from above. Okay, and then I just let it roll from there and pretty much go either with what it gives me or fine tune it to my needs. But overall, it's mostly good. So I hit save. I was probably using something I shouldn't have used. Yeah, well, that's pretty good. I think we can keep it like this. 2 courses, 3 lessons completed. The funny thing is it always looks different. So this is how it looks now. And let me replace this with what I previously had. This is what I initially had. There was included a scroll view and an additional image. So in that case, my previous view looked like this with some recent activity for fake reasons. I don't know which you find better. Do whatever you prefer. But this was just to complete our view and to give you an idea of what you could do in there. Now there's one more thing I want to do. So let's sign out, which brings me back to the login. And there's something in Clerk called waitlist mode. So under restrictions in your app, you can actually enable a waitlist. And I will do this now. So I will hit save here. And now users can actually not sign up anymore in a traditional way, but they can only go to my waitlist. So let's implement one. I want to put one that should be available at the top level, really. So right here, I will add a page soon.tsx. This is going to be my page. And oops, I don't want to import page. And with that page, what I want is I want to import the waitlist component. This is actually a component from the Clerk React package. So good thing we installed that before. And let's just drop it in here. I don't think it will work out of the box. There's a bit of configuration we need to do, but we can give it a try. We can still try. In that case, this is probably more relevant for the web, to be honest. So let's also on the web go to soon. And on the soon page, waitlist can only be used with the Clerk provider. Yes, I think there's a little setting we need to update in our layout where we define the clerk provider. We should also set the waitlist URL up here. I will just set this to HTTP localhost, I will set this to 8081. This is the one we're currently serving our app on. Okay, this should be, actually this should be enough. Can only be used with a clerk provider. I feel like we do this. Do we have to do anything more fancy? Maybe we should put in some configuration in that soon waitlist block. So let's say we don't need to change the appearance yet. After they join the waitlist, we can go to a different URL. So let's go to like wait. Let's do another one, another file called wait.tsx. On that page, we just want to show some general information like, thanks for joining, we've added you to our waitlist, whatever marketing text your company gives you. And we can also say sign in URL, that should be /login in my application. And then as a fallback, I want to render an text loading or maybe even an activity indicator. Activity indicator. Okay, we don't even need any configuration here. Now, the question is, why is that not rendering correctly on the web? So I definitely use the clerk provider. All right, so I figured out a little hacky way of doing this. The problem is mainly that the waitlist is only available for web, so you can have Clerk React or Clerk Next. And that also requires the clerk provider from the Clerk React or Next.js package. So as a little trick, I once again used my use DOM up here. So now the waitlist actually shows up here, and here we can of course tune this to our needs a bit more if we want to. So in my case, I could put in something like this. I will actually put the clerk provider around this. And then we can have this center in the middle, little text, we're not yet open to the public. And we have the waitlist also on mobile, mostly working. Let's give this a try. We can also style the appearance here, by the way. We haven't talked a lot about these pre-made components from Clerk in the past. So you see here, it is now perfectly styled. On the web, we probably should import my CSS once again. Add global. I don't know if this makes a huge difference to that page. It actually does. It actually does. It's quite good. However, on mobile, you would probably anyway not have a waitlist page. This is more for the web. So I can now just say something like simon@devdectic.com, my old email. I want to join the waitlist. Thanks for joining the waitlist. You will be redirected soon, and thanks for joining. So after that, I should be able to find my user under users, under waitlist. So there's a third category now where we have the user. It's still pending because I haven't confirmed the email. You can manually accept or delete this. So this is a pretty handy feature for all the makers and builders out there that came out recently. I just wanted to showcase this. If you want to learn more about waitlist and how we can integrate this into our application, just let me know. You see, you can also go to the login, but you can make sure that the login is actually, or sign in is restricted as we did it right now, and then only show the waitlist component to your users. One more little addition, let's see what else we can do. So far we've used our local instance of Strapi, but there's something called Strapi Cloud that you can use. So you can create an account at cloud.strapi.io or use the links below this video, tell them I've sent you from this video, this always helps. And what you can do is pretty much create a version of your Strapi CMS simply in the cloud. You just go ahead with Create Project. You can select a free plan and try it for 14 days. After that, it is a paid plan. And you can then simply select one of your GitHub repositories. That means the API we used here, I would recommend you push that to your own GitHub repository, or you can also use a template if you're just getting started. So then you would select your account, you would select whatever kind of repository, give it a name, a region to deploy, and create the project. Now, I already did this, so here is my LMS API. And I can now visit my application. You can also like trigger a redeployment, and whenever you push to that page, it would automatically build a new version of this. So this should be very familiar. This should be pretty much everything we've done before. But I want to now make sure that we delete some stuff in here. I want to delete the user as well. I want to delete the user course as well. And I want to show you one thing. Because normally, actually, we can move everything. We can delete all of that. I'm bullish on this, right? I don't know if I should do this. So now there's no more data included in my Strapi hosted CMS. By the way, we want to take now also that URL here and put it into our React Native application in the env. So maybe you're going to change your env to be env.local. Okay, env.local. So you know that you only use that env for local purpose, and you're going to use the actual hosted API in the other env. Okay, so that one goes here. That also means, yeah, that's the only place we already need this. But now, again, my instance here is empty. So how can I transfer my data? I've shown you in the very beginning how we set this up locally, and you can follow a same setup to get your data from your local Strapi instance to the cloud, and actually also from the cloud back to local. So what you can do is you can simply run npx strapi transfer, and then transfer --to, and here you want to paste in the URL of your hosted instance. So this is respected dir strapiapp.com/admin. Now this will ask for a token, most likely. Please enter your transfer token for the remote Strapi destination. What is a transfer token? Well, it's pretty much the same thing we created before in here. So I can create a new API token, transfer, let's call this video transfer, so I know what this was about. I will give this full access duration for probably only 7 days. Hit save, grab your token and paste it in here. Hit enter. The transfer will delete everything. Yes, I'm fine with that. You just need to make sure that authentication. Oh, I think I didn't save that one. I'm sorry. I think I should have pressed save before. So let's do it again. Paste that in. Yes, and do it. You just need to make sure that your CMS, the code you have here locally, is also the code you have deployed. That was the problem initially as well, where we didn't have like the right content types built out, and therefore the content couldn't be imported. Actually, I just noticed that this is not an API token, but a transfer token. So I should rather use this one here. I will regenerate this admin transfer token. So it's not under API tokens, it's actually under transfer tokens. And we're gonna do the same fun again. Okay, paste in my token now. Yes. And, oh, come on, that one was the right thing. I once again didn't press save. I'm such... Okay, 4th is a charm, right? I don't want to promise anything. Yeah, I feel like also my input is skipping something here. That is actually, yeah, it is the right URL. But let me do another transfer token, because that's definitely what Paul has shown us. So let's make this unlimited. I want to give this full access. I want to save this transfer token successfully generated. I copied this to my clipboard. I pressed save again. And now I want to call, let's call do it with bunix, strapi transfer. It jumps a bit crazy. That makes me scared. I don't know why this jump appeared. There are differences in schema and source. Yeah, just go ahead. But this time it seems to work. So I don't know what happened before, but hopefully now it's transferring all my data from my local instance. This is usually not something you would do with Strapi, because you have your local testing data and then you have your production data, but it can be really helpful to move around data with a transfer command, either from your Strapi cloud instance to local or from local to cloud, if you, like me, have set up that stuff. And now going back to my content manager, I expect, oops, to be my application, have everything in there again. So even the progress we've done locally, the user courses, everything is now once again included in the Strapi Cloud instance. Keep in mind, again, this is a paid product. Strapi is the sponsor of this video, and they gave me access to this. However, I think if you're serious about building a CMS for your application, then this is a worthy investment, as it makes deploying your Strapi app really easy. Just like, yeah, it's connected to your GitHub. You can push, it will make a new build. You can transfer your data. There's really everything you need included. After hosting our Strapi instance in the cloud and making it available everywhere, we added it as the public URL to my env. And now we want to also make our web version of this app available to everyone. Actually, I want to add two more files before we do that, a +HTML file and a +NotFound file. This is interesting, especially for the web. So the NotFound file is like your 404 page. This is a special syntax that you can use to display a 404 page. And the +HTML gives your whole page the usual HTML meta text. So include any kind of information you want in that +HTML page. Now with that in place, let's kill our reload. We don't really need that. And let's do two things. So first I want to check under the app.json. We've set the origin to something. Yeah, that's okay. But what you can do is you also want to set in your env the Expo unstable deploy server to 1. That should in theory automatically update the origin entry when you use EAS Hosting, which we want to do now. So let's do an export of our app by running bunix expo export -- platform web. Static rendering is enabled. That should be fine. So this should generate my application here inside of like a dist folder. And once we got this, we should be able to export that pretty easily. So all the routes, API stuff exported. What you want to make sure of is that you get your env variables in EAS. So you can call EAS env push -- path, and that's going to be my .env file. So I want to push this to my project to actually like all instances. Yeah, I want to overwrite them. Yes. Okay, fine. And finally, I want to call EAS deploy. This will take the export we just did and create the deployment with EAS Hosting. This is only the web version. Of course, building your native application is a different story for iOS and Android. You can check out my other videos on Galaxies, the 0 to Hero course to learn it. But now our deployment is ready. We can check this out in our Expo dashboard. So there's an overview about the deployment. And if we go here, we should see our application, the one we just built, including the waitlist stuff. So that's also here. We can now log in just like we did before. Our API routes are served here. So you can now also just take this. By the way, this is not the prod environment. So the prod environment would look like more like this. And you can do this now locally. So this is a bit back and forth between the services. You can now set this here. So that means when you now build your actual iOS application, Expo Router will use this here as our origin. Is this correct now? Super Simon LMS, yeah. As our origin for those calls where we just made a fetch call and used the Expo API routes. So that wraps up everything. We have now the Strapi Cloud instance we can use with our environment, and we can also use this served here on the web, including the API routes, and therefore use them in a real iOS and Android device and not rely anymore on the local environment. And that means from here, there's nothing stopping you in going live with your own yoga studio or other topic LMS. Alright, congratulations if you've made it this far. You've successfully built a universal application with Strapi as your headless CMS that works on iOS, Android, and the web, including in-app purchases. I think you can be really proud of what you've done in this clone. especially I hope you enjoyed these little nuggets of like how you build the inside drawer navigation, how you protect the inside area, cache invalidation with 10-stack query, and all the other things that we went through along this project. Again, if you want to check out the code, the link is below this video. I hope you already did that. Give those repositories a like, and also give a like and subscribe to this channel for more of these videos in the future. And if any of the companies, Strapi, RevenueCat or Clerk, ask where you're coming from, tell them Simon from Galaxies sent you. And speaking of Galaxies, check out the galaxies.dev Zero to Hero mission in case you want to become an expert React Native developer. I've told you this once we work with RevenueCat, that the course contains a full section on setting up iOS, Android, and like everything related to RevenueCat, but there are in total 6 modules of content that you can go through, and all is included with a monthly Galaxies subscription. So check it out at galaxies.dev, and I will hopefully catch you in the next build. So until then, happy coding, Simon.